I'm going to change the name of this. Oh, what a day, what a day. Oh, man. What a day. I mean, yeah, technically this is... Good morning. This is one of those days. Here we go. Oof. Tesla down 6.4. IWM down 4.5%. Yikes. SPY is down 3.34%. Those are big moves for the indices. Yep. I'm thinking it's gonna rally, but maybe not as far as people think. You know, it's probably gonna go up pretty far. But it's more like an auto reaction type deal, so that would make sense. You'd have like an automatic reaction here of some sort. We may even get some halts this morning, which could be very bad for bulls because oh, these are still green. That's actually really funny. Because in some cases, I think, like for the Tesla, if you get a halt here, it could be pretty detrimental to the overall move. You might see a rug pull afterwards, you know, that kind of stuff. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can get into some more 305s for Tesla. They already went back up to $3, so my cost average was $2. It's pretty much back where I bought yesterday, which is right here, so I'm already missing out, I guess. Missed it. Should have had an order in this morning. It's like 3:15 already, which I guess is good. I mean, that means I'm in the green quite a bit, so can't really complain about that. Yesterday they were up at like $4, so I mean, it is what it is. It looks like we're hitting a bit of a wall here at 271, which makes sense. This was the floor yesterday for Tesla. We definitely have to look at GME and AMC in a minute. So if it doesn't get above that floor, I think it's negative. I think it's going to drop because, or it's going to stay low today anyways, because the overall picture here probably doesn't look that bad, actually. I mean, all things considered, it could have been a lot worse. It didn't lose the channel. It's still within the channel. But that level is pretty critical for a number of reasons. I wouldn't want to see like a cat ear here. I'll just say that. And just leave it at that. So it's already up to 340. So it's looking good. All right. So I think there's a lot of room here to move too. Let me double check. All the indicators had cooled off yesterday. So I might trade this morning. This might be my only trade today. We'll see what happens. Keep an eye on that. So what I'm going to do is probably want to use this trend, since this is the one it dumped beneath. Clearly they don't want it to go, or they want it to go back through the main creek here. Tesla has a tendency to do this anyways, and then if it can react and find support, it'll be okay to go back up to maybe 280. Now, from that point forward, maybe 277. That's another floor. If it can get that far, and it's a risky question, but if it can get that far, then you've got a whole nother slew of questions that could be asked about whether or not it actually continues. Worst case scenario here is it dumps back beneath this trend, and then you'd be kind of up the creek without a paddle, because if you don't really have a lot of buyers this morning, there's not going to be a recovery. It's that simple. There's a huge amount of selling 2 times last night. After hours and pre-market both had these crazy looking patterns. And I was like laughing this morning because I got up and I looked at the extended hours and I just started laughing. I was like, "Are you serious? Like this is ridiculous." It was on the I think it was the minute chart or something. I don't even know. I was like, "Is this really real life?" You know, we had I had two lines for the SOW here and for the cat ears here. That's where those come from. And you know, I mark off these things all the time on the charts, and I'm always kind of thinking about what that would mean later. And that these are very important like creek/support lines. And like look at the extended hours. This is real life. I just laughed. I was like, "Are you serious?" Like what? But at least it's valid. I was like, at least it's validation for the things that I think are important in the chart. I mean, they are important, clearly. But you know, this is basically two sell-offs here. So I mean, at this point, you're selling down and you've made a higher low. I mean, just from a technical standpoint, did the market on the whole do this? Meh. You know, everybody's different here, but yes, the market on the whole did have kind of like a double sell-off from what I can tell after a little pump in pre-market hours, and that's pretty common. If you get a pretty nasty after hours, you might get a pre-market that's a little bit inverted. But overall, is it a double bottom? Perhaps. And so what you're watching for here is any kind of a actual, and S&P 500 down again 3%. You watching for, and I didn't look at after hours, but you were watching for some kind of an upthrust if you're worried about bear side, or if you want to catch bear side, if you want to catch the downside, you'd be looking at it like an upthrust, right? Why am I trading Tesla again, though? You know, well, so yesterday Tesla was one of the only stocks that was really on a tear. I mean, Microsoft had a good head start, got going in the morning, but didn't make it too far. Tesla really just took off yesterday, and I think I made one 100% trade, a 250% trade, 30% trade, 5% trade. I think the last trade that I made was like just under 200%. Those are my numbers from like trading from early in the morning, as early as like I got in, which wasn't super early. I was waiting for this creek jump to happen here, and it did, and then I got in. And I didn't get in at like the bottom. I could have, but I didn't. And just trading it up. And it looked like yesterday it was on a really clear path towards basically an end of the day push towards 300. And it kind of happened, kind of didn't. As we know, the tariff stuff really rocked the market. Guys, I'm not the one that's going to sit here and talk about it like from an economic standpoint of what that means. There's tons of implications. I've been reading a lot since yesterday. And long-term implications are long-term. Short-term implications, short-term. It's going to affect different industries. So is Tesla really affected by tariffs? Not really. Is Tesla affected by its its leader in the White House? Yes. Is Tesla affected by their delivery numbers? Yes. You know, they're affected by their own things, and they've had some pretty big misses and whiffs lately, for sure. But I'm trading it because the volatility is ridiculously good, and you're getting good money on simple trades that make sense to me for the most part, you know. I gotta say though, like, all the wins that I've had, IWM, big loss this week. Big loss this week. So I'm not going to be ending the week positive. Unless there's some kind of miracle move happens to like well over 210 or something, I'm out of luck there. And that's a big bummer for me because I really wanted to see that move. But, you know, it kind of got started. And this is the basic story of what happened yesterday is almost everything had a little bit of a tear. Kind of tried to break out. There was a creek. There's a widening in the creek right here. So what is happening here from a technical standpoint is actually pretty straightforward, which is that you basically have a breakout and then you have a change of character. Now you might say, well, this is a head fake. You know, obviously it's a head fake, Booksy. Well, yeah, but that happened in extended hours. There's really no head fake until this push. You might say, well, this was a head fake. You know, it was all a big bull trap. Look, nobody knew exactly what was going to happen. There were whiffs of there were hints of the 10% that was said ahead of time. There were hints that he was going to be nice, quote unquote. That was said ahead of time. But nobody really knew, like, whether he would go through with it or not, or that there would be another delay or this or that. The market takes time to digest news. So the first news was this is a huge amount of tariffs. This is going to rock the global economy, and a huge sell-off happens after a head fake. The head fake was right before he actually announced the tariffs. As soon as he brought up that whiteboard, it wasn't a whiteboard, but it was like looks like a. I mean, I'm glad that they did it like that. Honestly, they kept it simple for dumb Americans, I guess, but. I'm glad they at least showed the numbers that they were working with. That made me happy. I had to do some digging to find their formula, and they have a formula on their website for what they did, and it's kind of heady. So if you're not really into math, you probably wouldn't like it anyways. But they do have a formula for where they got those numbers from. And anyways, but that's exactly when the market started to dump. So you saw this just a massive sell-off as soon as those numbers hit the stream. I mean, it was boom, 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 like dunsies. So when I looked at it, I was like, I wonder if the market's going to really react negatively based on what's going on right now. It seemed like the market was reacting positively at first. And I was like, it's kind of interesting. And of course, that changed very quickly as soon as those numbers presented themselves. And, you look at those things and you have to just take it with a grain of salt. I mean, again, the market reacts the way the market reacts. You can't always predict it. Unfortunately, if you're on the wrong side of the trade, and I was on one of them, on one of my trades, I was on the wrong side. The IWM trade is really dead now. So I'm not sure I'll be able to get out of that or roll it. I'm probably just going to take a big loss and deal with it. I'm going to wait and see if there's any kind of recuperation toward near 200 at least. We're getting some push here, but here's what I'm thinking, and I'm gonna be a bit obnoxious here because more so than usual, because I'm a bit confused as to why we sold off as much as we did before all of this hit the fan. Because there's a question in my mind about who's actually selling right now, like after the news is announced. Like, I know it's going to sound a little bit silly because you're like, well, I mean, nobody knew. You just said it, Booksy. You just said it. Nobody knew this was really going to happen. Everybody's expecting there might be a rally. Shoot, Booksy, even you said you thought it might rally one more time. Well, I mean, technically it did, but it was a crappy rally, right? Going into April. But, I mean, it did rally going into this date. I mean, if you look at most stocks, there's some kind of a rebound that happened near late March, and then it's rallying, for a few days. There was a rally before that as well. I mean, there's just a lot of little things. Like we do have some evidence that there was an attempt to kind of rally and come back in the market. But my bigger question is like, what exactly were we pricing in then? And I don't know the answer. I'm just genuinely like, what the heck are we pricing in then? Like, what was this all about if it was not about like tariffs, That's my thing is like, I understand the fears of the recession, and now everybody's like, oh no, the recession might actually happen. Inflation's going to be worse for longer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm like staring at this like, yeah, but what was this 10% drop about on the S&P 500? Well, it was just people being worried about that stuff, and now it's confirmed. Okay, well, worry is not really a good reason to drop the market. Now, if you look at P to E ratios, yes, they're like higher and elevated. There's things like that we could talk about like financially, like maybe this is indeed over the top. Like it shouldn't be as high as it is. That's a good reason maybe. But this pullback started back in December. I mean, we have clear evidence that there was an SOW here before the distribution. And then, it's like all of this has already been in the works for a while to kind of bring it down to these levels by March. And I'm just thinking in my head, like, why are we even like, I don't understand what's going on. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, why are we why are we justifying the drop based on tariffs? You know, because this is what the media wants you to believe. Whether or not it's true, I don't know, but that this was apparently all because of tariffs and Trump news and all that stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, what were we pricing in here? Like, don't take it the wrong way. I get the fear factor, and I get that this is like a confirmation of fear for a lot of people. But like, you're not talking about like numbers on a chart here, right? We're talking about $1 trillion move, you know, trillions of value lost here. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense to me. So I have a lot of reservations about the overall picture because I'm like, I don't really get why. In some ways, I'm like confused as to what's going on with the pricing because we're really just at this point, it's almost like, and I said this before, it's almost like it was planned to sell people things. Like, because I've been seeing nonstop, like, hey, buy this safe ETF. I legitimately think that they knew that Trump was going to do some kind of tariff regime. Tariffs would cause inflation to be a bit sticky for longer. They orchestrate like a market pump before the sell-off, getting everybody into euphoria about Trump because he's supposed to be good for like businesses, but he's about to do something that kind of undermines that. And then they sell off, they all exit and go to like almost all cash positions. They go to cash positions, they sell the crap out of it. And then they're trying to like, again, with one hand, they're selling their stocks. On the other hand, they're saying, hey, you should buy our ETFs that we have that are safe. They're rolling out all these new things that are less, like not 60-40 kind of stuff in terms of, and I just find it to be a hugely suspicious scheme. And maybe that's just me seeing the market as it really is, which is just a big money-making scheme for these massive hedge funds. And that's nothing new. But I'm confused as to what the heck we're selling right now, is what I'm trying to say. Like, what was priced in then? Nothing. Like, nothing was priced in if we're going to sell off now. That's what I'm understanding. The only thing that was priced in was the fear. Like, that's it. Nah, that's right. It wasn't lost. It was taken. So I'm just kind of like in a mindset of like, it's a very strange thing to me that the president would announce that he's going to do reciprocal tariffs and that nobody would take that seriously at all. Like, that couldn't happen. And I guess I feel like this should have already been to some degree priced in. Maybe not entirely. And you guys know this. I've already been a proponent of potential downside. This is actually one of my charts on S&P 500. I didn't change this. That it would come up and hook here and then drop, and potentially it could still have another upthrust. That's the weird thing, is like I still thought that this could have a secondary motion. There's a number of reasons for that, but a big one being that this should be like and it could be a little bit of a combination of these. Like, maybe we will see some kind of a dump here and then it'll rally back up a little higher than expected or something, you know, and then drop. I mean, we don't know. A lot of times I'll do these charts and it ends up being kind of like in between them, you know, like you'll go kind of from one extreme to another or something. We could have something like that. I don't really care. It could be less than that, sure. But overall, I'm just thinking like, this is kind of odd to me, like to have this kind of massive sell down in extended hours and not have a reaction based on, again, something that supposedly should have been somewhat priced in. Because again, that's what all of this is supposedly about, right? Supposedly. I'm using air quotes. You can't see me. Air quotes, Booksy. So anyways, I'm not going to sit here and talk about that forever, but somebody asked me like, well, when do you buy? I'm like, well, you got to make that decision for yourself, but I'm going to trade the volatility because this is a good trading opportunity, you know, regardless of what you think about this, that, or the other. For example, Tesla here breaks back above 271 the second time and holds. It's going to probably head back up pretty high. Maybe not to the all-time, whatever. But in the grand scheme of things, like, I know that people don't always believe in these lines. I do, so I'm not gonna like apologize for them. But in the grand scheme of things, this actually left a lot on the table. There was a definite potentiality here for an S curve. The Bulls wanted to get up to 307 without a doubt. The Bears wanted to come back down to 271 yesterday without a doubt, for example, on Tesla. Okay, and we'll talk about AMC again in a minute. I know you guys are like anxious about it. You're wondering about why not just go down for the low right now. And I'll talk about it. I still think it's missing an upthrust, and I'm going to leave it at that for this particular second. There's someone in the Discord. There's a couple people in the Discord actually who disagree with that. I think we're going to go ahead and go down and make a new low or a double bottom. And I think it's totally cool. You should definitely just do what you think is right in terms of trading. I don't personally think we're going to do that because I think we're missing liquidity here. And I think the chart has evidence of that we do not have the liquidity that we think we may need to get down there. So I think the market needs to kind of pump and dump. To some degree, this happened on a lot of stocks yesterday in extended hours. So Tesla's moving now. So I bought in about right here, which is a little late in the day. But I'm going to see if I can trade it up. If it doesn't go, it doesn't go. But I'm going to see if I can trade it, at least it up to like 270s. And again, looking back at this, yeah, it's hard to do technicals, but really all we have here is a pushback above and then a higher low. So in theory, if this can break back above that top and not distribute, which is the big what if, right? What if it just distributes? If it can push back above this top at 275, it's likely going to move up. And Tesla's got this longer standing at this point. I'm going to use the lower one. Trend that was built. I think it's very possible this could still get up to like 296. That's where it was in extended hours. It's a weird chart, right? But I think it's very possible it could still get up there. That's a huge trade. So I'm not going to like just sit on my laurels today. If you guys are expecting me to just sit here and chart AMC all day, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be trading because I need to make some money. Like I said, I made really good money yesterday. Trying not to over trade here, but I also got kicked in the nuts on IWM. So, or kicked in the, I don't know, kicked in the vagina if you're a woman. I don't know. What do women say? Don't know. I don't know. Why even say it, Booksy? You didn't have to say that. I don't know. I was just trying to figure out what the right thing to say was, to be fair. Y'all are like, it's not the same thing. I know it's not the same thing, but let's talk about AMC while we have a minute here. I'm going to kind of keep an eye on Tesla's numbers, but because I'm trading it right now. But we'll keep an eye on that while we're looking at AMC. In fact, I might go ahead and just drop I think if we come back below here again, I might just reevaluate my position because I don't really want to come back below 271 again. And we're really struggling to get above here. So I'm going to put that alert on there as well. That way I don't have to really stare at it. Everything else is just consolidation in this little range. If it really dumps hard, I'll probably just exit and then reassess. Okay. So let's talk about AMC. So Booksy, you had this idea, and you were wrong, apparently, that this was going to come up and hit this target at this particular time. So first of all, why did I have this idea? So there were iterations. Iterations are repetitions within repetitions. So it's like a compacted version of the same thing over and over and over again. Now, does an iteration have to break up if it's going down? No, but there are very, very few, if any, examples of iterations that break down after going down without an upthrust. So it's missing that. It does not have it. You can see here on the 15-minute, it's obviously been just kind of riding on the lows. Look at something like the 4-hour, and I think you'll see what I mean by it's not really in a place that looks particularly horrible. to me. It looks like a head and shoulder kind of deal, sure, on the RSI, and it looks like it just broke down right there, right? And this is where I said I thought there might be an upthrust, like it's missing the cat ear. So where do you put the cat ear then, Booksy? Is it just gone? No, it's not gone. I don't know for a fact that it hasn't already happened. It's possible that this was it. And then in that case, I'm just wrong. It's not going to happen. Okay. And that happens. I'm not going to apologize for it over and over again. I obviously don't always get it right, but from an iteration standpoint, it kind of just looks like it's still going. It looks like I was just early about this one. The rest of them don't look wrong. They look correct. So to me, it's like, meh, it's not really like completely like let's just throw it all out kind of thing. It's more like you thought that this was already done and it was going to do a change of character here, and it did not. And so as a result, now you're looking at this as a larger structure, and it's like, no, I don't think that I was necessarily completely wrong. I think that this particular section, which is really just March 26 forward, was not correct. In that happens guys, that happens all the time when you try to do fractal kind of nonsense. And I don't mean it in a mean way. I'm just saying like I've been doing it long enough at this point to know that sometimes you think it's finished and it's not, and you're way early. So what I'm thinking is that I thought this was it. Let me put it as an example. So I thought like that was the whole move, but then I was missing this section. And I think I saw the same thing right here. I'm starting to see it now because it was like, it looked like it was done here. And I'm like, okay, that should be the whole thing, 1 and then 2. But really, it wasn't done until here. Yeah, but then all these reactions don't go up very high, do they? No, they don't. But remember that this is not, these triangulations that are here, and I'll get rid of this stuff before that point. And I want you to kind of see what I'm seeing here. There's, they're not there yet. Like they're not done yet. They're not supposed to be done yet until Friday. Those triangulations may be pivots. They may not be, what I think they are. They may also be a little off. I mean, it's possible that they're a little bit off. I mean, I probably did these on a smaller time frame. They don't look like they're lining up on the 4 hour, which is saying something, because it looks like that one looks like it's too low or too high. So it's like Monday, not Friday, but whoop-de-doo, 1 day off or something like that. So maybe it depends on, something like what time frame you're in, because it obviously was not drawn in the 4 hour. And I know myself, like I wouldn't have just drawn this without anchoring it at some point. So I probably did it on a different time frame. But look at this picture right here and tell me, like, if that's the case, Booksy, and you were wrong about the current iteration, like how do we get then from A to B, and what else could possibly happen? Well, I already had it on the chart, which was this idea that if I was wrong and it doesn't have a change of character, it could be a short-term spring type action where you do a liquidity dive as low as you can go, and then you have a big reaction. In fact, as unrealistic as it may have seemed to some people, I actually thought about what if this goes ahead and makes a phase B bottom, and then when it does that, it could actually make a new low. So you guys are like, well, you just said you didn't think it was going to do that. No, that was like my least likely scenario, right? I did that kind of later, and I said, well, there's a possibility if I'm wrong about this that it just continues to iterate. I still thought it would come up here, right? But that it continues to iterate and it gets really steep. And I didn't draw it out, but it would have been like this, right? If I had drawn it out that way. And then at the end, after that, we don't need that right now. That's useless. That was just conjecture. Then after that, you have a drop to potentially new lows and then a big reaction up before it drops again. And you guys are like, well, why would it drop again? That's not enough time. That's what I'm trying to say. This doesn't look like, it looks like I've given it like too much time here. And I think that might be true, because I think if this does happen, it's probably going to be so ridiculously fast that it's like the biggest whipsaw you've ever seen, And what it is it's a giant upthrust. It's coming back above this top at 377 in order to then drive the price all the way back down through the floor and beyond. in a true sell-off. Why can't we just do it now? Look at the volume. Look at the volume. It's that simple. Look, I get it. It's very possible if buyers don't step in that this is enough volume. But I'm telling you, if you just stare at it, you'll see what I'm saying. This does not look like a massive sell down volume. There's nothing there. In fact, the last few days have been basically like barcoding. Yeah, there's decent volume there, but I think some people were thinking that might be a bottom. And so they were buying in. But like, there's nothing there volume-wise. This is not a primary sell-off type volume. Could we get there? Maybe. Maybe we could get there, but it is not, this is not ultimate spring volume right now. It's just not. It looks like we're going back down on Tesla. We're struggling. Let's see if it makes a higher low. I should have dropped my line below here. I want to know if it's going to make an SOW, like a weakness, before I like pull the plug. Yeah, you know, Tesla's a hard one to trade because it does have a tendency to do more than you think it's going to do sometimes. And this is a pretty steep creek right here. It's really steep, actually. So it may come back down pretty low. If it does come test this, it may test this 1 minute moving average down at 268. So, yeah. Let's take a look. Let's see where those positions are. Because if I'm green, I might just wait and re-enter. And I'm red now. I should have just sold this morning. Dang it. I was up like 60% for like a minute. So the market's not less and less convinced about actual rebound here now. This is definitely turning people's minds around. Yeah, probably will come back down because this looks like it dipped slightly below here. So that's a bummer. Bummer, bummer, bummer. Well, every time I start doing streams, I end up kind of getting screwed. So what I'm going to do is exit maybe that second one I got. I don't know. Really, I can get out now for scratch. So it's really just my decision what I want to do. I feel like it's going to try to go pretty low here and try to get back down to some support, maybe at 267. I'm not sure. I can't just stare at this all day either. If I'm going to stream, I have to make a decision. I was up 60%. First thing. Well, when it first popped this morning right here, that rally, I didn't expect it to kind of stop where it did. I thought it would come back down and try here and then maybe go again. So I just waited. Yeah, it's going. But that's okay. It happens. So some of this might just be people pumping up to sell off positions and then we continue downside. So this could get bad pretty quick. So you got to be careful. Profit takers, etc., etc. Let's take a look. Yeah, I was up 60%. That sounds crazy, but I really was. All right, so we've got a 618 retracement possible right here at 268. It's pretty close to where I thought we might land down here at 265. There's a second level there that I marked off. So maybe one of those two. So we get a reaction here off the 618. I wonder what else is stopping it. Usually there's something else at play. Yeah, I mean this level is just it's struggling. It looks like a UT with a weakness and then a UTAD, and that's what's causing the follow through. So it pumped up twice, and it didn't hold here, which is why I was like, oh, I should probably get out, and then I didn't because I'm stupid and decided not to. So the I was like, what? You're still not out? Well, I might be in a minute, but that's gone. And that's probably the same level right here. Yeah, usually is. So that should have been the pull the plug moment. So we'll see. If we have an auto reaction back up to like 269, I'm going to take that as an opportunity to exit for now. And then if not, I may just have to take a little loss. It's not a huge deal. It's better than a full loss. Yesterday, I was thinking if I woke up this morning and it was like all the way down, I would have dumped maybe 30% of my profits that I made yesterday, which is kind of a bummer. So this is a really steep creek right here. So that breakout, I mean, led to like the biggest move of the day probably. And we'll see. You never know. I don't want to like jump the gun too fast. Could this be an SOS with a backup? It's possible. You know, when we say locally this was distributive, it definitely was. I think it'd be hard to make a case that this was really bullish. Here we go, getting that reaction. We'll see. It doesn't look like it's going to make it all the way. Come on, go. Get up there. But sometimes, like, yeah, you're going to try and knock it off the 268. Sometimes that reaction off the top here could lead to like a backup to the creek, and then you just go again if it's like a double bottom or something like that in the big picture. But I think on the whole, we're just talking about follow through on a bleeding after hours right now. So all right, I'm out. I lost 15%, actually 17%, 17.22%. I'll just be, that's okay. You have to understand, like for me, like big picture, I made a lot yesterday. So to lose like a little bit this morning after that nasty dump doesn't feel too bad. Pretty much all my other positions are shot, so I'm not happy about that, but there's nothing I can do about it right now. So all right. So where would I want to re-enter on a Tesla play if it jumps again? Probably this creek, and this could take a little bit of time. On the 1 minute, if it gets overbought or oversold, I would consider, but it may not. Who knows? I don't know. There's like a little M cross down. It may not get there. I think we're probably still gonna get that reaction back up. I wasn't really being patient for it, but now I'm looking at this. I'm like, yeah, maybe we'll still get that. We may still get it. But I probably would not enter this unless it came back above 270 again with some strength here. I'm not really sure how else to trade it right this second. So it's dipped below the EMA. So if it comes back above, I might trade again. I know it sounds weird. Like, why? So super bearish day. Why would you trade upside? Just because there's a huge potential here. There's a massive gap, obviously, that was created. And we haven't gap filled yet. Gap should be right around here somewhere, around 280s. So there's still a big gap above. But also, like, on the big picture, this has just made higher lows so far and is pushing up against that resistance. If it breaks out later in the day, I still think it could go pretty far. And in the grand scheme of things, I was just saying it yesterday or this morning, do I still think this could get up to potentially like 290s? Yeah, I do. Even though this market's really bearish, I would probably look at this as a cat ear, like 1, 2, like a distributive cat ear. Like, so pushing up 1 to hit the top, pushing up 2. And this is a historically pronounced level. Everything went back to like March 4th levels, which is back here. Everything went back to this region right before the Trump thing happened yesterday. And yeah, the Trump thing. Right before that happened, everything kind of went back to those levels. And so if you look at it from that perspective, this could just be like a cat ear, like a 1-2, and it's done and it's going to dump. It also could be that this is the middle of another cat ear. So like 1-2, and then we have a 3-4, and then we'll see. You know what I mean? Because it's not quite as long, and I do think that matters. Like wave tops tend to be about the same. So you see how we're missing like a huge chunk of time here? And then in addition to that, it's like on the bigger picture, this really hasn't made any kind of definitive lower low. All it's done is hold this channel. So on the bigger picture, even though I know it looks nasty, and I don't want to over trade it or overthink it, but on the bigger picture, it's not exactly done, is it? It's kind of like, again, it's having trouble maybe breaching, I think this 283 for sure, but it has repeatedly gone back to 283 almost religiously. So from where we stand, that's a pretty good move. And there's a big disconnect from what I'm seeing here, timing-wise, what I would expect on a wave here. Now, that doesn't mean it couldn't happen on like a downside move. Like you could have a downside that has a hook over here, so you could have a kind of like a wave within a wave type deal like this. Certainly, I suppose that's a possibility, and that could be your actual cat ear setup, something like that, where it never quite gets back and ends up breaking down low. But, you know, there was just so much indication that this was really going to try to get to that marker up here. And I think there's good reason for it to go back and test it before anything else happens. So it may seem a little silly on a day like today to get kind of bullish about something, but I'm not so sure. Also, could this be like a head and shoulder building? Yeah, of course. That's why I was saying, like, the 271 level is pretty critical. If we didn't hold that, I wasn't really going to play upside. That's why I'm out of my position right this second. So I'm not going to watch it just like slump down and then do nothing. You know, I might as well just get out and wait and see. And that's what I did. So, you know, not trying to be an idiot here. I'm just trying to work with what I have. So yeah, I think this, I'm going to move this up. This level right here, and then this level right here. So this could be a head and shoulder type in the making. And all that is again, like you've pushed above and now you're trying to shoulder back beneath. This is what we see on IWM. And that's what I was saying a minute ago. There is a pretty straightforward technical setup here, which is that regardless of what you think about what caused what, and I'm not going to get into that too much, because this head faked here and it did not continue, and it didn't ultimately, I don't think it got to where the widening started, which should have been at 208 or 207, which is where this widening begins. And the widening broke out. Instead, it goes like 205, stops short, which is a heavy like volume level. I mean, it's kind of like the middle liquidity up here. My mouse is on it right now, but we've spent a lot of time coasting across that. So it does make sense that it stopped short at like 205. I actually had another creek there too that I had drawn out, but it looks like, yeah, actually, when I draw it correctly, it looks like it hit it like right on the nose. Well, I draw it correctly, probably extended hours versus not extended hours, but it hit it like right on the nose, and then it dumped. So could this widening still be going? That's a good question. And it's possible. It may seem unlikely to some, but it is possible that this is still widening out. Because in theory, if we think this is like the main widening, but it takes like a higher path, there's 1, 2, 3 hits here. I'm not sure where I would start it. I guess you'd have to start it like right there. 1 and then 2. 3 hits would be like down here at 186, which is actually really close to a level I had marked off. Anywho, so what it looks like is it looks like a head fake into a head and shoulder. And then this is a historic, I guess it's a fan. It must be, again, one of those things that I drew in regular trading hours because it doesn't look like it adds up right now in extended hours as much. But basically coming back to the beginning of all the run up, this was the backup after the initial push over this domain that we were stuck in for a while. So coming all the way back to 186 is possible here. Pretty ugly. It does it, but certainly could. And then what? Well, again, you know, I'm not positive it's going to get there, first of all. But if it did, and I know I'm bouncing around a lot today, but if it did, I don't necessarily think, like, again, it's just going to keep dumping off the face of the earth. Obviously, you've got 160. Ultimately, it's possible for IWM. But I still think that we're going to get this June run up at some point. You know, I'm not positive where it's going to be, but just like what we were looking at with, frankly, it's kind of the same. We were just looking at this on Tesla. I mean, it's kind of good news. There's really no way to draw it. It should have come up. I say it should have, but you know, you can't really say that in the market. But it really looks like it just missed the boat. Like everything was kind of pointing towards that 207 marker. It just didn't get there. I wonder. I wonder if we get some kind of news. Let me see if there's any evidence that we stopped short of that. Because this would also reflect on AMC and GME, which are both down quite a bit today. Well, I know this one. That was clearly like evident. This doesn't really matter to me that much, except just to say it's there. That would be a pretty typical. Actually, that could even be a wider widening. A wider. Yeah, that could be. It's possible. That seems ridiculous, but I'm going to take it to 160. All right, so what are you actually saying here, Booksy? Because you're jumping around a lot. What I'm saying is I think this is like an SOW that probably has a nasty counter reaction before it gets worse. But I can't really be sure about that until obviously it rebounds above 203 here. That's just conjecture is what I'm trying to say. I still look at this and I'm like, it's still oversold. Like basically, even on the 4 hour, it's like pretty low. You can definitely go down while you're oversold for quite a while. That's not a question. So it really shouldn't be like the only reason. But yeah, this looks like an upthrust that drives the price back down into the little head and shoulder motion. And then what? So this does become like an LSPY. So there's like a distribution LSPY drop. I don't know, that volume is still not, and maybe we'll see what happens today and tomorrow. That volume's still not quite what I would expect it to be for something like this. It's too low. Excuse me. This looks correct. If you look at the RSI on the 4 hour with the extended hours on, this actually looks really right. It looks like a hook right there. You can see that retest of the ice, the floor. Weirdly, the price just didn't ever get there. I mean, that's kind of all I was saying. I just really expected it to get up to 207, and it didn't do it at all. And remember, it closed really low compared to where it went up in extended hours. So it didn't even close remotely close. So it's a very, very messy kind of chart. Maybe if you did it more like this, that looks correct. More correct, I should say. All right, let's do this. There's a lot of lines there. I want to clean some of this up a bit. I'll keep that, but I'm going to make it a little bit more reduced. It doesn't need to be so thick. So what we're going to do is just kind of work through this. What I'm trying to suggest is that I don't know for a fact, right? Nobody does for a fact what's going to happen. But I suspect that, all right, so first, if it just kind of sells all the way back down, it might be easy for us to say like, oh, it's going to react and then keep going up. I get that. And a lot of people are going to look at this and say it's just like what happened here, where it kind of sold down and gets really low and then pops. Again, I'm just kind of urging you to like look at that volume on these sell-offs versus where we are now. I think we're missing, again, maybe we're missing, from my point of view, just that OBV hike. We just never had it. Certainly, there's nothing here that would indicate on like MACD, for example, that it's going to turn. It looks like it's just going to go down. So where is the unbalanced volume? I mean, that does look like a cat ear, but it just doesn't look like anything to me. There's no hike, nothing. Well, I wonder if it's because of... No, I don't think so. Because even here, even though we didn't get that pump to 8 something, the on balance volume still came way up. Like it still came up to the top. We just don't have it. There's nothing, it's not there. It's just not at all there, which is kind of crazy. So even though the price action didn't do what we wanted, the OBV did. I mean, it came up. So if this price action doesn't do what you want, so okay, then maybe there's something else going on. This didn't even bother. So you're left with like really only a couple options. Either they don't need it, it's really just back at this floor now. That was a reaction there. There definitely was a reaction here. And that actually looks like the channel, which is kind of interesting. Doesn't it? Very interesting. That is the channel line. That's 250 if it gets there. I think I might have been right, guys. Boy, that would tick a lot of people off if it just doesn't quite get to the bottom. But what's even more interesting to me is that if you look at this, what we're talking about is we're talking about these hits on balance volume that cause the market to sort of react to the upside with more buy-in, I suppose. Hey, knock it off. gosh. Like living with a bunch of Muppets. Oh my goodness. Let's do something, guys. You're not going to like this, but let's do it anyways. I mean, we're not going to like it, Booksy. What are you going to do? I'm going to change the angle on this creek. I was pretty sure this was right, but now I want to adjust it to it matches the on balance volume thing here. I really want it to be the same. Weirdly, I think because of the closing value here, this ended up low. So I'm going to try something. I hate my charts sometimes, guys. I'm just going to hide it, I guess. Oh, it's already in a group. Thank goodness. That was easy. Oh, I have a double group now. Whatever. All right, let's leave that. So we're going to go from the closing value here to I guess, where is this at? I dropped that line apparently, it's gone. But it's right here. So is it the low? Is it the closing value? I don't know. Well, I guess we could just do both. It's not going to hurt anything. Let's just do the closing value and the low. They actually look like they're maybe parallel, so or close to parallel. Pretty close. They're not exactly parallel. All right. So what's interesting about this is these actually go way off to La La Land. I think that the they don't match at all. It's kind of interesting. I thought they were going to match better. They don't. They actually look worse. All right, let's get rid of one of these. This is confusing. Let's get rid of the closing value one. I'm just kind of curious where that goes. That's funky. Well, actually looks pretty close to this, which is where we hit here. I'm just trying to see if this is a legitimate parallel structure. Okay, maybe. I mean, it's not that different from what we had drawn before, but this is definitely very close to that outer jump. I don't know, man. It's kind of like, I wonder which one is actually more correct, you know, that kind of thing. Now that's fascinating. Kind of frames that in a different way, doesn't it? This coming off the top on that distribution way back then. You're like, I thought you said you were going to sit here and chart this all day. I'm not. I'm just trying to look at it. That's where we're going. I don't know about that. But yeah, we have a... Let's see. Honestly, I think there would be like a different marker for this one. To draw the same comparison, I mean, we'd have to find something else here. I don't even know where to start it. Where would I even start that? I guess you'd start it here on this edge. It's probably that right there. Yeah, that's the dollar thesis again. cropping up. We went through this the other day. If you missed it, not to burst anyone's bubble, but that dollar thesis is very real. And possibly alive. So, yeah, I think that's the dollar thesis again. Okay, whatever. We're not there yet. So, I'm not going to deal with that right now. It's one of those things. I don't think it's an inevitability. So, all right. What I was really trying to do was see if I could find where that OBV was bouncing and then use that as a so let me consider it for a second. If, and we've done this before, I don't want to go way too back, but I might have to just glance again. I might have to, maybe I'll pull up that chart if I can find it, or I just look. I'm just going to try to do my best here. So I really want to see is this. Like I want to see that OBV hike and then dump. And I think we just haven't done it yet. I just don't see it. I can see that pinch right here. Oh, good Lord. What, Booksy? Well, I don't really want to open a can of worms right now. It's interesting. What I'm trying to do is I'm looking at this like from the perspective of on balance volume, okay, and like what might be that would accomplish for an operator. What would the goal be, or maybe not the goal? We don't need to know the goal yet. We just want to see what the comparison is to price action and like what's going on with the price. And it is quite telling because if you look at the overall picture here, you see where those on balance volume checks are and where it's being reset every time. It does vary quite a bit. It's in terms of like height. So we pumped up here. This is kind of the level that's being met later, but it's being met later way, way, way low, like here. And then again, actually, right before that big buy-in, right after earnings there, right here. Now watch, yeah, this is what I'm thinking. Watch what happens. Is that when you take that and you look at that consideration, look at where the on balance volume is, right? At those times, and then look at where that takeoff happens. But ultimately, the big picture, I think this also might indicate where that bottom is. So is there like a creek here or what? Like what's going on? That's like way off. Is it this right here? This direction move right here, that also looks way off. So how do we find the marker? I could tell the on balance volume is there. That's easy enough. That's simple enough. But it starts... I'm doing this for a reason. I'm going to do it so I can compare it to where we are now. So there's one hit here. There's another. It's close, but it's not quite there. It really is right here. Interesting. It's like a phantom line, isn't it? It doesn't look like it means anything, but it is where it breaks out later. Weirdly, the on balance volume is at that same spot. That's kind of strange, isn't it? When it breaks out. It's actually lower. It's down here. And then it moves right up to that spot. Goes right up to that creek and breaks it. This is also strange to me because that's an intersection of the outer creek here. Like the overall picture, and I wouldn't do it like fancy like. I would just kind of draw it like this, where the wicks are not really included. And that's pretty much the same exact spot that you have that breakout. Which tells me something about the nature of these moves, which we've already kind of known, is there's always there's these little bits of information that are embedded into the price action that could be used later. This is a really weird one because all this is that when it came up, as soon as the on balance volume hit, this is like a peak. And all we're talking about is this is a pretty classic creek. It's like a top and then a bottom. So it's a cross, right? So there's a top, a resistance, and then you push over it, and then you find support on it and you push. So it's not that complicated. Are there more than one here? Yeah, there's more than one. So how would you know which one to pick? I don't know. The only thing that would have maybe cued us in would have been the OBV in this case, because that's what I used. I'm not sure if anything else would have really cued me in. This could be thought of as like an auto reaction, and then like where did it find support after, and then, or excuse me, resistance after that. Otherwise, I don't know how you would have done it. Anyways, I think that's pretty interesting. But what I was really trying to look for is like every time that on balance volume comes back to that level to reset, and it does it like a few times here, as it does it quite a bit right there, that little pocket. It looks like earnings to the breakout date. But on the whole, those certainly seem to represent like a directional movement. Again, without getting too fancy about it, a directional movement that potentially indicates where that spring is. I'm going to go from the last point there, since that's where it took off, to the last point here, which is right there. That's where it took off. It's pretty darn close. Shoot. If you go to the place where it opened, that actually is right on the nose. It's much closer. I gotta say though, I don't see any like definite like here's the answer kind of thing though. You can't make up stuff just because you want it to be there. I'd love it for it to be there, but it's not quite there. Maybe if we looked at this with a little bit more information, like the hourly or something, you'd probably find some kind of a trend through here that matches a little better. This one is a little more closely associated with the previous dip, although again, using that as a bottom. Well, I mean, that is a jump right there, right here. The open or the close and opening value from that wick over here. That might be it. Yep, that's the one. And there's the dip. See, it's just a wick. And then there's the close and then the low. So I don't know maybe the perfect theory behind this necessarily. Some people probably look at that and just say, well, that's just the trend or something that was being built. Yeah, I get that, but it's really heavily tied to what I see here as on balance volume as like an anchor point. Trading this would have been more about looking at maybe the overall picture and seeing that big divergence and the divergence here and the big divergence here. But then this is another thing that bothers me is like right here there's a, so I was just thinking about this, there's a kind of cat ear in this that I didn't see before. That's right there. I'm not sure why I didn't see it. I just didn't see it. Right there. You can see it when I draw it pretty easily, but I noticed it because of the OBV, on balance volume. And then there's actually a spike, even though in the price action it doesn't come above. In the price action that doesn't break out until later, like much later. There's a wick. There's a big upthrust here, decent amount of volume. And then you can see that hikes the on balance and it lays up on top. The price continues to go down. So the on balance volume had already jumped the creek, but the price action had not jumped the creek. It just like punched back to it like an early reaction. And this actually is an early reaction to like the floor, which is probably pretty similar to what we saw with that 377 bit, isn't it? Like when we went back to 377, probably pretty similar. That ends up, of course, being like the middle of the range, but that's pretty close. So there's a cat ear down, and then there's another one, and this is what we've been talking about. This is what I'm saying, like, I see the same thing happening. There's an iteration here as well, where you get this pump and then the drop, and then it does it again, but it's probably really minor. It's like way, way small. It'd be like right in here. And it has a change of character. That's what I was like looking for in our current time frame. But there's something about this that's kind of off, and I'm wondering if I missed it. I don't know. It's always easy to say that after the fact. So let's take a look. Gotta use your memory here a little bit. So we're pretty sure, without being like 1,000% sure, we're pretty sure that's the level. Weirdly, I would have made it like this top or like this top at one point, but I think that we're just going to take it in stride. I mean, maybe it's kind of ambiguous here. It doesn't quite come down. But I think these are the markers, so I'm going to keep it where I have it. So then the question is, do we need more information? I'm not sure. I'm going to try this again. So the first one, okay, we're going to activate our brains here now. So Tesla came way back down. It's basically back to the floor again. IWM just sunk. It's going real low. Now we're getting that bigger volume. Really all across the board, everything just kind of dumped. I mean, there's nothing to say about it other than what's already been said. MPW surprisingly not low, which is weird. Wolf's way down. That was already way down. Yeah, I wonder what AMD's doing today. AMD's doing okay. This is probably expected. Honestly, AMD looks pretty good. Microsoft, that's Microsoft's chart over here on the left. It's also okay. It hasn't actually made a lower low yet. So I think some of these stocks are getting hit exponentially, like almost differently. Yeah, this does the same thing. You can see the shoulder up, shoulder down motion underneath the creek. Everything kind of dumped back underneath the creeks for a moment. Sitting on the 854 just underneath it, so it's real low on AMD. But I said it looked good because it kind of does. I think it looks okay. It may need to come back down low again and test 94, but okay, just kind of recapping. And then of course GME is pretty low. Same deal though, it hasn't actually made a lower low yet. And a lot of the market looks like this. And there it is. There's the head and then the shoulder. And this was, by the way, before everything else happened. So interesting, right? That instead of it being like the shoulder or the head, it's actually the shoulder. Same with AMD. So this actually happened before everything else. So some of these guys have some, they're all kind of like that actually. They all look pretty similar. Oh man. This was never meant to be, Booksy. All right, let's get to this. 263 on Tesla. It's probably just dumping. That's probably what that means. Yeah, so just pass back low. That's okay. That's not like way unexpected here. That's why I got out when I got out. It propped itself up just for enough to get to this sell point. Looked distributive, broke down here. That's the end of that. So now we'll have to wait and see. There's a weird gap in extended hours that happened at 261, and that is where the floor was. So maybe we'll see some action at 261, like a buy-in. Would not surprise me. Let's get back to regular trading hours here. I want to see something. Where's the 30-minute? Yeah, it's got quite a distance it could travel down. Anyways. Still, it's ultimately not bearish yet. I mean, I know the market's like selling off. I get that the indexes look bad. Some of them, I mean, IWM's clearly hit a lower low here, no doubt about it. But if you look at something like Tesla or whatever, these other guys, nothing's really made. I mean, AMC's made a lower low, but a lot of these other guys haven't yet. They've just been like kind of slumping in place from that drop that they made. So just to kind of quickly go through that. All right, let's get back to this. All right, so we definitely have some kind of interaction going on here. This might not be a way to... I don't know, man. What if... It might be really simple. Like that, you know? Could be that simple. I don't know. I don't really want to call them one-to-one. I don't think they're one-to-one, but and it's possible that if we're slightly off here, that this whole thing could be thrown off pretty bad. So got to be careful. We got a little bit. We can get a little more information here. The present. Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, that does have a very similar vibe to it with this chop here. And it doesn't look like there's that many options for what it's worth. I think that's not steep enough, but that doesn't look steep enough to me. Oh, I'll be darned. It's still pretty close. So that's the same one we came up with the first time. Really makes this look like a wrap here. That's really convincing with this one, I suppose. That's hard to deny that that's at play. Yeah. That's kind of fascinating to me. So this is being used repeatedly as a kind of a wave center here for these S-curves. And then I think this is the weirdest one, because this is what I thought. I thought that this was the second part of it, like it had broken down where it would have normally proportionally opposite of where the low was. Like, the reason I thought that was because when you look back at the overall breakdown, the idea of walking through this area is heavily tied to where this took off from. And so when I looked back at this, I thought that's probably where it took off from, right here. Like, it's a similar setup, very similar setup, except that it just doesn't go very high. And even like when you look at where they went to, this goes up to the previous top, and then this also goes up to that previous top right there. And these are just basically stair steps then, which makes sense. You're just stair stepping through. So I'm like, well, the next one should come up here to 297, which is what I was saying on the Discord group, that like it should be right there. That should be the next step, because it found its bottom and then took off again. But if that cat ear is done, that wave is finished. And somehow we're like off on the on balance for some reason. Like, we're not where we should be. And I don't mean that in like a it has to be somewhere kind of thing, but it's just in the wrong spot. So it's strangely accurate until, oh, and then you change it to 4 hour and it looks completely different. Why is that? I don't know. The anchors are right. That looks really different on the 4 hour time frame. So this actually looks pretty close. I'm wondering what's going on. Why is it so different? It's not OBV reset. Oh, so this is probably right, because this doesn't quite come down to that line. Aha. Ha 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 ha. All right, so what we're not doing here is we're not defining every little motion. What I did is I went and I found what I think is the resistance support. So this is the resistance coming in. It's trying to build out above it, and then it finds support on top of it or on top, and that's the marker coming down. And I took that back to the 4 hour, and then when you look at the 4 hour, it actually matches pretty closely, because this doesn't actually come down and hit it, and neither does it do it on the price action, which may be hard to see on this chart, but it doesn't quite make it there. So it's analogous. I mean, it works. It is the correct spot. And then the next one doesn't get to it, but these are actually passing through it by this point. So the price action is going farther. OBV is actually higher if you think about it like an average, this is maintaining right here. This is maintaining a good average. So like the distance from the OBV is fairly similar, minus these crazy downward motions, is fairly similar to what we see on the price action. Like the distance being like here to here, for example, when we're higher up, you know, it stays relatively proportional to where that is tracking. You know, as we close that distance here on this trend, we're closing the distance on OBV, and it's very like regular. And even up until this point, it looks like it kind of gets right there, but it doesn't quite hit it. I mean, it's really close. So everything's on point until this sell down, and then all of a sudden, now, and I guess it happened right here, because you can see that there was a distance taken. It goes all the way back. This is where it changes. So this is on January 8th. And there's a gap too, which is interesting. It's the liquidity gap right there. There's a second gap. This might have been the first step in that here. There's two big gaps right there that I think this is where the shift is starting to occur. Yeah, because this is no longer proportional. This is like way high. Because if you look at the price action, the distance between, and it's hard to do maybe perfectly, but the distance from here to here, if we were making this like a perpendicular, should have been pretty similar here to here. Perpendicular, roughly the same, maybe slightly lower. But then look at the OBV, it's not even remotely the same. You know, the hike in on balance volume, or the drop in the price action, does not match. So at this point, we would have expected that distance here to be roughly the same as the distance from here. But it's not. It's not at all the same. It got close for like a second, but it's starting to kind of lose that one-to-one nature. It's like missing it pretty bad. So I think there's two motions here that probably stand out. This sell down and then this sell down drastically change the relationship to the on balance kind of middle. We're not even close there. We're like way off. So then what happened? Did the on balance shift down? No, but the price action certainly did. So that means that I don't like the idea of it should be here, it should be there, but I think if you remove the gaps, it might fix the problem, oddly enough. If you got rid of all the gaps in here, the price action would probably match where it should be. Like, it should be hovering above this by a bit, like up to here. It'd be like right there or something, instead of down below it. This is a very interesting liquidity question. I don't think I've ever done this. Tesla's down 7% now. It's really just slumping. I could have opened a short position. I didn't. I'm going to do this like a kindergartner would. I'm just going to take the... You guys are like, what's wrong with that? I'm going to take the... Gosh, there are a lot of little ones in here, but I'm going to take the gap distances and just kind of... Oops. Can't go that way. Add them together. So from a liquidity standpoint, I guess what I would be arguing is that they've erased, by doing these gaps, they've erased the balance between, or the connection between on balance and price action, and like lowered it so it's disproportional to where it was before when I was riding very regularly. Now it's not. I wonder if this is somehow connected to squeezes as well. It's a thought. This last one is huge though, because it hasn't yet done anything. It might change. So there's a lot of space there for that gap. Those are the gap values, roughly. Again, I'm doing this very, very like not perfect. And I don't really care that much. It's not, I'm just kind of eyeballing it because I want to see what that looks like. I'm just curious. $288. I'll be darned. Or is it really not because the gaps are... Maybe that's not right. Maybe it's not, that's how far it should be above. Maybe that's how far it should be from the price action now that we're below. How would you know? You'd have, like, that would be ever changing. It'd have to be measured from that bar. You can't have another way to measure it. It has to be something that doesn't move, which would be like the bar. Yeah. But this is pretty darn close to what we expected. So it's an ever moving problem because there's going to be a disconnect. Because if I come back later today, I could measure it. It'd probably be in a different spot. But we're talking about like averages anyways. We're talking about how far away it is from whatever proportionally. So there is there's definitely like that signal of we're doing repetitions here until you get to this point, and it fails, drops, and now we're like significantly, and it ended on like a hammer candle. Now we're like significantly off course. So on balance, volume never came back to the bottom. The other way we could do it is probably going to take just as much time, so I don't know if I'm going to do it, but I don't think I want to do it again, but it would be to use this bottom instead, or like a middle, something like that, and use like a middle zone instead of using maybe that one. That one actually looks pretty good too. Instead of using a bottom, but kind of getting into the weeds on that if we do that. In theory, if we're right about this line, it would be fairly similar except just dragging it up. And this one actually gives me a really clear image of this breakdown. Yeah, and the truer, maybe the truer channel, I suppose. Here. So yeah, that's one way. Definitely another way you could look at this chart is as an attempted downtrend. That's probably a decent estimation of where the downtrend is. Just a massive like shouldering motion here. In which case, I don't know, you can't really count shoulders here. Not really sure what I was thinking I could accomplish with that. I just started doing it and then I was like, I don't know, maybe not. not the best idea. But you are getting a semblance of reality in that every time it's passed back into here, the unbalanced volume has been in the same spot. So just to be clear, like the reason I did this is ultimately to see if I can identify if there's a missing piece, because I had evidences that there was a missing piece. But now that we have it, we're kind of like, I don't know. You know, is there really something missing? Or is this just Booksy being crazy, man? Like he always is. Because I felt like there was a missing piece here. And I'm looking at it like, I still don't get it. Like, where is the last pop? This seems like not enough. But if the goal is just to get kind of back to center and then do a pop, this is where I'm getting kind of like worried. So you remember on balance volume in 2020, there was a big cat ear coming down, but it was fast. It was very fast. Didn't look like this. This does both. It actually does jump a creek, but it's not the same because in this case, this did jump a creek both in the literal sense here and it popped up, and then also on balance volume it popped up. So like hop this creek. So you're like, okay, well that's 1-to-1. There was no disconnect like there was in 2020 where you have a creek jump on balance volume, but you did not have it in price action. So all of these seem to go hand in hand. Like they're all jumping correctly. You can see it. Like they're all pretty much right where they should be in terms of price action versus movement. And then if you look at 2020, just really quickly to refresh my brain, I'm pretty sure I was right about that second one. I need to double check. I'm not saying it has to be 1-to-1, but there was a divergence here at the end. And then you're starting to get these creek jumps. They're obviously going up, not down. So maybe that's just the key difference here is that there's just a lot more weakness. We're not going to get the up, but you know, I was right that this had that same kind of like bracketing, and it does get to a shrinking iteration, and then the shrinking iteration pops up and you come all the way back up to the top of the channel. Like it's a channel marked range. So it's very similar to the idea that I had on the other chart, that it's missing like a huge piece. And this is where the on balance volume really hikes up. And the rest of this is just like figuring out a bottom coming back to, I know I made this one more like a center as opposed to like a low, but that's because again, this is trending down. So I have to use like where I think this is in the middle between the ears. So I'm trying to identify the middle between the ears where it pops. But the same thing happened here on, I guess on RSI. Wait a minute. What? So that little embedded thing, so this shrinking iteration would be said that we're trying to get down as low as we possibly can, but we're using, this is really important, I guess, for what my theory is here. So I want to clarify it for myself. You guys may be like kind of getting tired of me already right now. I said I wasn't going to chart AMC all day, and then here we are. But shrinking between ears, and it really goes down to here because it changes direction down there. So this is a shrinking between the ears that lands you in a bigger upthrust to come back and retest that. Really, it comes all the way back to the middle. It comes back to like the center of this range, but it's ultimately just a test. It's a backup to the floor, and then it continues down. But this is where you see the hike and on balance volume, if there's going to be a hike like that. So the shrinking between the ears does continue with these lapses that jump over. weirdly, they're not jumping over here, but there's like 1, 2, 3. Everything's correct. It's just... maybe it's just that simple because there's no... maybe the answer's already right here. And I'm trying to find an answer and it's already there. Maybe the reason this had such a violent reaction is because of the disconnect. The price action disconnect with the... not just the OBV, but also like RSI is like divergent. It's basically doing something different and moving in the opposite direction as the price action. But we don't have that in our present time frame, and so we see a lot of weakness because we are getting those layups. It's definitely here, in my opinion. I mean, I'm seeing it too. It's not like it's not that complicated. Like I said, it's pretty straightforward, and it's definitely doing it. I just can't figure out why it's not made that pop yet, aside from Donald Trump. He goes like, that's the only reason, Booksy. Because the market doesn't want to do that, Booksy. That's why. Yeah, I know. All right, so what I'm looking for is I'm looking for like anomalies, like things that stand out as unusual in this whole setup. This is one that's very unusual. Remember how unusual this was? It was super strange. This was an anomaly in my opinion. It was very odd. It doesn't quite match anything else here. Well, I'll be darned. That's equal parts. Like not even a close equal parts. Like it's exactly equal parts. Anomaly. Back to the top. Thrust down. Dang, this isn't even like close to being, this is like exactly right, you know? Like what the, that's so wonky. It's probably that unwinding that we see on the right side of the cat ear. We talked about that a lot in other things. Like there's a weird kind of parallel or a head and shoulder that kind of happens. It's complex. Okay, so during the shrinking between the ears, you're actually unwinding potentially what we're seeing here. So maybe that has already happened because it's starting to look like the timing is not quite right. You son of a bee. Look at that. The 14th of May. Oh boy. That's like a... kind of gives me bad vibes actually. You're like, what? What just happened? This is weird because I'm kind of using like different streams of thought here, but yeah, and there's the bottom. Yep. it's a rotational symmetry of sorts. Here down to here. So it's a wave down that reverses. Because remember, you go into a double top here. It's not, it sounds complex, but if you ignore this part and you look at the bottom, if you ignore that like second up thrust and you look at the bottom, then it actually makes a lot of sense as like a double whammy, because this is essentially just an inversion of what happened up here, because they're defining tops, bottoms. So it goes top, top, and then it goes bottom, top, bottom. And that inversion is just a way of kind of, again, simulating rotational symmetry. Now, if I wanted to use actual rotational symmetry, I probably would not use this point. I would use this point, and instead of measuring the peak as the middle, which is not a great place to do it, I wouldn't measure the peak as the middle. I'd actually measure the breakdown here as the middle. So I would look at this as like a halfway point. At least to some degree, that would be the best way to do it. Like that's the middle, because it's the breakdown here. But I don't know that, and if I don't have like obviously the full length of it, you'd have to kind of figure it out by other means. One way to do that would be to use something like a, which again I get kind of a lot of controversy and junk about like the way I draw my lines and stuff, but this is the way you would find that middle here. Like, where does it drop through? So if you didn't have like a measurement tool, you could say, where does it drop through that creek? Well, it's the exact same time. Like, it's right there. It's no different. It doesn't look visually like the middle when you draw it like this, because you're like, well, that's not the center. The center is down at 22.72. Well, we don't care about the price, though. We care about where does it actually happen in time. And it's the same bar. It's a gap down. I would use that, and then I would use the rotational symmetry around that to try to estimate. In this case, it looks kind of off, doesn't it? But that's how I would have done it. Well, that's really the peak. Weirdly, that kind of takes you back up to the top. It's like bizarrely off. But we're just trying to get estimates anyways. We could be wrong about certain things and not be fretting about it. There might be a way to even draw a line. You guys are like, well, that didn't work, Booksy. No, it didn't. There might be a way to draw like a marker through a center, but I don't know how to do it. I'm not going to worry about it right now. We've done that on other streams where I use the peak here and then a line down. Point being, that rotation doesn't give you the perfect answer, but it's a little closer than the other one, which I was using this as a middle. Didn't quite work. So I'm going to say that actually worked really well, but I don't know why. Is this motion here like a rotation of this motion here? Oh, it is, because this rotation here defines bottom and then top on these two channel lines, bottom and then top. And then this rotation here, it comes up really high. It also defines bottoms and then tops. But it rotates around the middle, not where the breakdown is, or very close to it. Slightly off, but only by like a couple days, which is pretty much negligible in the world of TA. Well, all right, so then let's take that forward. We're going to kind of use this information to our advantage. Maybe the biggest and most difficult question here is, how do we know that this isn't included in that? Is it possible that it's included in that? And I don't really have the answer. It might be, is all I'd have to say, because it does seem that this is trying to define that range. What's maybe disconnected from this, I suppose, is the sense of bottom and top when it comes to so how do we do this? Just running in circles, dude. Must be fun. Be able to waste this much time. I don't know. Maybe to some degree that is part of the goal down here. I think what we probably will find later is that this is going to come down by that March 14th date to this 223 million. I'm almost positive that's what's going to happen, but I don't want to get too in the weeds about it. I think this may have come down too far too fast in some ways. And it is missing because it overshot, in my opinion. It like went too far past the structure, but not by enough to really worry. It's not that big of a difference. It's like 20, 30 cents or something. It's not enough to like throw everything else off. So what exactly are you saying? Let's stop the... I feel like I don't know why I thought it was missing, but it looks like it is missing. All right, so let's just try to measure it out. Let's see what happens. I'm thinking it's not going to be 1-to-1, but... All right, so it dumped to lows. This kind of lines up with what I would have expected mid-April. That's April 14th. Or thereabouts. Again, it may not be perfect. So if it's not perfect, it's not perfect. So when it left here. This is the last time it really pushes this resistance right there. And that might actually be representative of what we see here. We'll see. Yeah. So that's the last time it pushes up to the top. And that's pretty darn close, guys. It is maybe a bit of a mirror here. So the last time it pushes up, there's an ear here in the midst of this going sideways. I don't know if you can see that. This is more of an average than I would say perfection, but this is a complex head and shoulder pattern. And then the green is a low, and it's pretty significantly low. Ah, now we're starting to define a middle, I think. Middle of the channel. So it hits a low, and then it pops back up to the top, back to the low, all the way back up to the top. I don't know how to really frame this because I don't really fully understand what this would be in a present time sense. It's like a repetition, like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's trying to figure out which way it wants to go. And then it comes up to the top again. Probably best just to leave it at that for now. Not speculate too much. Let's just use that peak April 29th. So basically the last like 14 days, 2 weeks in April, there could be some serious craziness. In theory, if this didn't go too far, it would really just be right here. Based on the way this is set up, unfortunately, it's pretty different than, again, just using this model. I'm not using anything else. It's pretty different than this because this is very wide. So this actually allows it to come all the way back up to the top. So like if you're just looking at levels, that makes perfect sense. You would expect it to come all the way back up to the top. Why not? If you're looking at some other stuff, it might even make more sense. But if you look at this from the point of view of like how wide this is, this is significantly wider than what we see in AMC. However, nevertheless, this does come up to like the top of the trend, and it hits this wave top too. So, question mark. How far away is this? That's weird. Sorry, I clicked my tongue, but that goes back to the opening on the split day. This is like a macro trend, which I think what this would entail is that maybe it would just go back a little lower even, because it didn't, in the 2020, it didn't actually go up to the highest point it could have gone to. I'm going to match it to this wick right here, which was on August 24th. Okay, that doesn't look bad. And I want to try to match it to the lower portion here, which certainly looks like now that this is confirming that parallel structure that the OBV is using right there. That might actually be the most accurate target we could get here. That's the highest target. So it's evolving, it's changing. Which probably explains why you guys aren't going to like this, because it's just going to sound like a cop-out. It probably explains pretty well why we don't see this going to like 414 anymore. And we had seen that up here, like, oh, 414, it's triangulating to, there was a lot of other things. It wasn't this line. But then as time moved on, and I looked at those, the newer triangulations, they were no longer that high. They were going, I was like, back here when we had earnings, I was like, I'm worried we won't go past like 390. And then I'm like, oh, now I'm worried we're not going to get past 360s. And it's like, as the time goes on, these evolve, they change into weaker and weaker targets because you don't need to go past them to do the liquidity test. You can see like we're boxing ourselves in here with a, we're boxing ourselves in with a new channel set up, and you can see that it's changing over time. So like earlier, it's easy to see, oh, it could go to 420 at max. Well, yeah, if it up thrusted past through here, it would have been like 420, you know? It's like exactly where it should have been. Because these are all being triangulated locally too. They're like identifying targets, bulls are, of like where we want to go. So they're creating pathways, they're creating connections that can be taken later. So when you see these cross sections here, and it's like, oh, they're pointing up towards a little bit lower, like there, you're like, oh, well, clearly we're going to go up here if we rebound high enough. Yeah, we could have safely without actually breaking out. This is starting to like give me a lot of good feelings, because I'm thinking about how the progression of TA is often scrutinized, because people will say like, well, that didn't happen. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't think it's predetermined that it has to happen, but the path is there. And the more I think about it, the more it makes sense that as this would go along, bulls are trying to sort of give yourself a bull path. Like, let's go this direction, hit this point. It may not even be bulls necessarily, more like a bull operator. Like an operator who doesn't want to go beyond certain values would be like capping it at these values and giving themselves like a path. Like in the future, if we need to take it up, we'll take it up this way. We're going to create. So by the way, when I say that, it's not like some like ambiguous thing. It's not like, again, there's no ambiguity there. Like there's literal creation of supports and resistances happening. So you're basically giving the market the resistances and supports that they're going to have to beat later. And it's easy then to identify that, because everybody else in the market who's not the bull operator, who's not really defining those motions. So it's like your algorithm, your quantum computer, whatever you want to call it, that's running your big programs is like defining these breakdowns here. And the rest of the market just has to respond to what's going on. The rest of the market has to look at it and say, oh, okay, so we've got support, now we have resistance. So if we come back up, this now marks off like a new, essentially like a cross creek. It doesn't matter what you think about whether it's predetermined or not, or whether it's got to get there or not. None of that matters, because in the end, it's already done. Like they've already made the structures. This isn't like just me doodling lines. It's like literal buying and selling is causing these lines, as you guys know. I mean, you're aware of this. You're not idiots. But what I'm saying is that essentially is what's giving you those tops later. So it's not a question of like, will it definitely happen or not? Which is why people get pissed off when something like this doesn't happen. And they're like, well, I put money into this. So-and-so said it was going to go up. Well, no TA is perfect, because TA is relying on what we're seeing as probably high probability. I think this was a very high probability hit, right? After earnings to come up, we were looking at earnings, remember? And where does it intersect that line? It's like right here. But in the evolving greater structure, that doesn't do anything to the operator's plan. Just like this guy, when we were identifying those trends, we had maybe like 3 or 4. I think there were 3 major ones, and it only ever hit the lowest, which was like 560. And that was like the lowest I could think it could go based on those trajectories. And people say that I was wrong about it, but I've got a chart from, October or whatever that shows it going up to just 560 and then back down, because I was like, it could stop that short. It could even stop at like 5. And we were looking at that thinking obliquely like, oh, well, it's probably going to go up really far because it has to come down really far, but they didn't need to for liquidity. But notice all they had to do in extended hours, manipulate the stock, right, is drop it back through those levels. Now it's triggering sells because people are like, oh, it's below an acceptable floor, right? It came below here. It's pretty genius. So the triangulation here is mathematically perfect, where they're basically essentially telling the market, hey, this is a new top. Why? Because if we go up high, we're probably going to reverse and come back down, as we don't want to run yet. We're going to run the market up. And this is the signal. This is exactly what a UT shows you when it drops beneath the creek. And they had even given it to us like simple, plain as day kind of writing when this broke out, because it came right back below all those points right here. And I'm not saying like again that was predetermined or not. It doesn't really matter. Like maybe they could have gone higher and still done the same thing. But the point being is that to me, I'm starting to kind of get the bigger picture now in the grand scheme of things as to why you would have that established as a possibility, but then not take it if the market isn't ready for it. So we're seeing like maybe something similar where you have this possibility that we're coming up to 370s. And this is where Stockfather and I guess, had been both talking about that 370 mark. I didn't think we'd come much higher, but there is still a series of triangulations, like potentially to come higher. I'm starting to think less and less of that, obviously, today as we're going through this. At least short term, not long term. Long term is a different story altogether. But like, now I'm kind of staring at this thinking to myself, well, is the on balance volume on track to do a rebound here? And it is. And this is what's kind of curious, is that if you saw this and you saw it like this to begin with, you'd probably not expect it to make that rebound until it hits this low, which it probably isn't the floor, because the longer, at least timing wise, the longest that we have it going out to, weirdly enough, and I know this can change. This is not, again, hard and fast, just like we're talking about other things, like could vary. But this, in theory, would only go to 250 at lowest. And then you'd have a rebound. So there could be some chop. This might be a really boring couple of weeks for AMC then. Because if this is iterating down, and I think it is, and it's not done yet, which apparently it's not, yeah, like it could break out and head up. And it probably will break out and head up. But I don't think it's going to go back above 3. In fact, I would be interested to see if this breaks up and even goes beyond like 288 or something. And it probably needs to do the same thing again, like the same thing it's already done. But you'd have a more pronounced like SOW here, and then like a dump. Instead of having to change a character, it stays and maintains, because this is already different than what we see in 2020. There's no change of character per se. If you do have a change of character, it might be like at the 11th hour kind of thing, like at the very, very end, where it does it again, but this time it like holds, and then it goes up. So it tries it one more time, and then it breaks out. So this would be like a really steep, I don't know exactly how it's going to look, but something like like this. And there would be like a really steep sell down, but it wouldn't come make a new low, something like that. And essentially, roughly speaking, that's like your turnaround point. Now, I have it going way up. The truth is, this particular marker doesn't really demand it. You could see it going to 2 different places. So one is it just comes back to, I mean, I guess it could be as soon as that day, but that's where I have the low. Just on, again, a simple measurement, maybe off by a day or 2. And this is a 1, 2, and then a topping motion, really. If you look at it in reverse, this is kind of more of like a bottom with a pop to the upside, and then the rest of this would be like a topping motion. There's 3, 1, there's 2, and then 3, but that we can call that just 1. So in reverse, that would be like a topping motion here. So you have some kind of bottom, and then in reversal, this would be like a build out that kind of narrows. So it looks like a narrowing instead of a widening. So if it's 1-to-1, it's going to look really crappy probably. Like if it's truly 1-to-1, this could be kind of nasty, because it would essentially be like this, and then it would come all the way back down, I guess, to the floor again, and then pop. Makes very little sense when you look at May 2nd being earnings. It's like right beside it. So I wonder if that's actually planning on, and this is at earnings as well, I wonder if it's planning on a pop after earnings. This is in reverse. This is dropping and popping. Could just scoot it over a little bit like that, and it's like a spring locally. And then it pops. It looks like it's going to run. And then here's the bigger question is back in 2020, the on-balance volume spikes pretty dramatically after this earnings. And again, it's kind of a mess because the rest of this doesn't really look quite the same. We can't really do a one-to-one comparison. Probably wouldn't be wise. This is interesting to me because it takes off here, which is really where, if you look at I mean, it's kind of a confusing setup because I think this is backwards from what we think it is on current time frame. If you look at the RSI actually peaked back here, which tells me that this looks like the pinnacle of the move also, and then there's a huge secondary move up and a third move up. I get that the volume or the price action peaks higher, but there is an earnings here, and I'm curious if the rest of this is all divergent on the 4 hour. I'm curious, this is a 1-2 and then a 3-4. So you have a cat ear set up at the top, and then it drops. And I don't think that's an accident that it's kind of in the middle where this OBV thing is established. In fact, it looks like it's right on that cat ear breakout. But what's curious is that that's the actual peak. That would be like comparing it to the May move. And I thought about this before because it doesn't really add up. And then this is what defines the actual trend, not the first move, which goes way too far in our case. So where is the cat ear? That's the dip. So that should be the middle. I don't know where the heck the rest of it is. This is the ugliest looking chart. I think it's all right here. I think this is all part of the middle. This is all part of that cat ear. I think this is a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Weirdly enough, it's like that. And that makes sense because this should be directing it towards the second ear here. Yeah. All right, so that's the middle of the ear, which is very, 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 very close to what we have as the breakout and where that support is being built out. I mean, really close. So there's another possibility, which is that first one, which does indeed have a little hiccup right here. It is there. Right in this little pocket. 1, 2, which is where we use the top and the bottom. That's the middle of, that's the cat ear breakout. Ah! Of course it is. Right there. So they had to redefine it because that move went so silly high. So they redefined it with the June pump. They had a secondary pump there. Just like in the other one, they had 3 pumps. Remember, there was like a 1 that was really, really big, and then there was actually 2 more. 1, 2. And in that case, they went higher. In this case, they don't because this move was way off the grid, way out of sync with everything else. Let's try something real quick. which, I mean, all this makes sense. Everything's working as it should. Because right there, the on balance volume starts a trend or starts a flatness, right? Then there's a wave in on balance volume. We see that the on balance volume is consistently wrapping around this new anchor right here, which is the center of a wave on the big picture. And then looking at it, it's very plain to see. That's the foretop coming down. It's clearly like the falling cat ear example that we see a lot. And you have within that its own cat ear. This is basically what happened with the Judge Zern decision onward right here to some degree. This is where that big drop down happens. The rest of this is just coming back up, checking certain levels. We were way off, but it did come back and check kind of near the middle. And then everything else happens in our current time frame like way low. Way low. So this is pretty consistent. Why is ours off then, Booksy? I don't know. Maybe because of this chart shift that happened. Would not surprise me. So let me try something real quick. Because we're looking at where that reaction took place. And it's like right there. You look back here, the reaction right here hits the top, defines that area. It's kind of building out along that trend. But I think I should use the bottom because it's not the first push. It's the second one that goes less high where it backs up to. So I got to make sure I use the right one. Backed all the way up to here. And there it is. That's really low. It's like below the mark. It's not cutting through it. But it is that trend. You know, it's weird. I kind of imagine in my brain, like if the shift had never happened, would we just be seeing like this coming back and like jutting around this trend here and so on and so forth? It kind of makes me think that we would. In which case, yeah, we'd just be looking to kind of come back to that point at some point in the future. That may actually be the real creek then, because this would be the breakdown below it and the jump above it. I wonder if my thing's off though. So why is there another marker here then? Don't know. I'll change the color of this so it doesn't look like the others. I'm going to turn this other gobbledygook off because it's hard to see. And then the other question is like, this actually landed on top. How would you have drawn this marker without it? There's like a head and shoulder motion at the end. I want to know if we can do that same thing. And I don't know if we can because it's missing pieces. I knew at some point it would be necessary to find what I did try to find. But in the end, it's like, I'm not really sure if it's going to be the same because this is a lot steeper. This hike, maybe it relates back to here as well, but this hike doesn't actually, it doesn't really define, or maybe I just miscategorized it because We have had talks about how this might be that build out sideways. So this is then not defined by that, but defined by a breakdown in the middle here. Oh, which it kind of is. So this structure, yeah, that makes sense. This should more closely relate to either this one or this one. I think it's this one. Which is correct, because that's what we have here. All right. Well, that makes sense then. So forget $1. That's a good sign. This is the real creek. I don't know how the rest of that would interact with it, but that should be right. So this is a breakdown of it, and then going on top of it, you're jumping above. And that would have been the same as us breaking down here and then jumping back above it, above the trend. So this is holding a trend, and then you break the trend, and you wrap around it and jump over. Just like this was dropping through, wrapping and jumping over. It's a little different. And again, maybe I'm a little off with the way that I'm drawing these, but there should be a similar concept there of like jumping above a cross and then landing on top of it. So what's the bottom line, dude? Bottom line is that I don't think we're going to go down all the way right now. But, you know, I've been wrong about that before too, so who knows. If it's really weak, we might just see it slide. But what this does for us is it actually gives us a good place to look for, because now we can kind of anchor it backwards to this. I don't know if we can go as far as to say that head and shoulder is going to continue indefinitely. I don't think we could do that. I just don't think that's possible. But there might be some truth to it. I mean, it's possible there's some truth to it. Like, one of the things that would be curious would be like looking at this and considering whether this push-up period here, since it is symmetrical, is supposed to be matching like this push-up period here. And it does work, so, but of course this is on the downside after the peak. It's a bit conjecture-ish. I don't even know why I'm even bothering. It looks like it's going to add up correctly to June. I can just see it on the chart. So where the heck do you measure to? Like the peak? Peak to the middle? And then the move starts, but it's as long as the move is. This is the initial break here. The jump over the move. And then let's take the measurement here to the bottom. A little bit more. We'll try to be more precise about it. I mean, at this point, I'm snapping on 4-hour time frames, so it is blocking it out, even though this is just a box. I'm going to try to get it like right on it. That's a little off. It's a little off center. Let's make sure that's right. What the heck? I mean, human error included, and I don't know if it's just because we're on a 4-hour chart or what. That's pretty close. Weirdly, it's obviously getting there like a day before, like one day, but that's a day off. That's not a huge miss. But yeah, I mean, that's there. Is it really that simple? That'd be funny. This is a huge structure if that's the case. So then when we hit 1190, ugh. You guys are like, that's so far. That's too far, Booksy. I mean, I'm just going to do it the way it is. That's July 7th. I don't want to be... I don't know. But then... The strange thing about it is that this move does not really add up the same way either, because this goes from the bottom here to the top pretty fast, but there's a lot of extra upside and it takes longer. This one is like a blink of an eye and it's up there, but then there's this extra time spent down bottom, and it actually didn't make a low here, it makes a low here. So I'm curious as to the timing. Let me try one more thing. Let me see if I can see what that second one is. I'm wondering if that's the measurement back to the top again. And it does look like it. Bounce and then bounce. Ooh. Yeah. So in the midst of this, there's like a reaction backwards, and in the midst of this, there's a reaction backwards. You didn't think it was this symmetrical, did you? I didn't either. That is the arc that we're seeing in action. We're seeing the motion to retest those things in retros, in like a reverse kind of manner, basically. So without like going crazy, it's like that's just basically support and resistance playing into each other again. But it's mimicking. I mean, it's basically going outward at a symmetrical pace, which is kind of crazy from that middle. And we can keep going. I'm starting to think it's probably not going to matter too much. I mean, more than likely, it's going to have some similarities to what we see here in terms of like breakouts and values. It's pretty darn similar. So it just keeps going. So good news, bad news. So the good news is that this would be really easy to read. Bad news is this is like a late summer or mid to late summer move, if that's the case. And I don't really know how else to... Maybe that's part of the reason why this took so flippin' long. You know, if you think about time is almost irrelevant here in the grand scheme of things. Aside from building out a structure, this could have come up earlier and hit like the same mark. And that would have shrunk the timing here like considerably. And everything here has been taking way longer than expected, for sure. I mean, when you look at the comparisons, it's like drawn out extremely, you know? Really extreme. So some of these certainly look like you would be hitting it. And I don't really know, man. I don't want this to be like a reversal thing either, where it dumps the other way. It's happened to us before. But then there's a question of like, how long does it take to get to the top? I don't really know. Should it be like a day like the previous one was? It's just one day, it's just all of a sudden there. Or is it going to be a longer period of time? I don't know. You start looking at June into July, you're starting to look at August again. is a very different kind of build out. This would suggest that you don't actually get there until July 25th, which I had said that I don't think it's wise to I don't think it's wise to kind of play on expectations that this has to be at a peak the same time, like June 6th or something. It may be very different for that reason. And there's other reasons, but the first measurement we did, the 189 measurement, looked like it was clean, like it would break out in May. But this is starting to look more like a later move. Again, I'm not fudging anything, just kind of putting it where I think it is. It's possible that I'm off like a little, like maybe it's this peak instead of this peak. You know, if we look at this as a measurement tool, we could probably argue that it should have been the first. Like this is not the middle, but maybe this is. I don't know. I'm not sure it really matters, does it? My thought here is kind of like, I think the operators are just as, I don't want to say they're just as annoyed, but I think they're just as, I don't want to say, again, I don't want to say annoyed, but I think they're probably just as conflicted about timing as we might be, because there seems to be a change here and there that doesn't really make sense to me anyways. I'm like, I don't know. So on average, this is the bottom, but it's not the lowest point, you know. It's kind of a window, I suppose. So let's do the lesser window, see where it goes. It's not that different. It's not like significantly different. It would certainly screw over a lot of people with options if it took a little longer. Nobody would be expecting a July kind of breakout move. I wonder if that's like the next earnings too. Next quarter. When do we usually do reports? August, May, and then August. We already knew August 24th, and this is starting to look pretty close to that as well. The 2-year cycle, if you look at where it actually is, should be the August 24th date. I'm not sure why it's over here. So, grand scheme of things, again, it's like, where do you expect to kind of get back? I'm not 1,000% sure about this one. There's a couple different ways to measure it, but if we're just using like a 2-year cycle, we wouldn't expect to break back out the second time. Yeah, until August 24th, if it's a 2-year cycle. I mean, for all we know, it could be like a 3-year cycle or something, you know? Be Monday, August 25th or something like that. Over here. And then we could talk about like rotational symmetry upward. Of course, that's going to push everything back, isn't it? Yeah, probably. And another thing that doesn't make sense is the measurement of this move up does not match the measurement of this move up. So the rotational symmetry does not really work anymore, which is what we did the last time. But it does work from the Judge Zern decision down to that bottom. That's like the same amount of time. Just doesn't include the last bit. Well, shoot. Maybe that is right. And then the last bit is just shorter or longer. That's really long, but Oh. Or is it? No, it's not. It's exactly right. That's the same time I had on the other one. So I left this on the chart from the other day. It's still March, but look at the time here now. If you ignore that last part because if you don't use it, that last up thrust, you just use this time. That's the same time right there to the end. What? That shouldn't have worked so well, but it totally did. So it's weird because I did the measurement in two different ways. And the first way I measured from I used a bigger measurement. I used the full measurement here from the top down and then this. But this is basically like this window right here is basically like that May window. And then what I did is I used that plus the extra and I got March 12th back to the top. But when I use the smaller measurement and I use this as a mirroring, it looks like it takes longer. And so you're like, oh, so then it's going to take longer to get to the top, but it doesn't because it's the same time. So they haven't changed. Your operator hasn't changed when they want to get to the peak. They're just changing like the way you get there and how much time you spend down bottom, as opposed to changing like the end result here. They're just not. So one of these is like hyper compressed, like a hyper compressed move that then builds out slower over time. And the other is well, it's not hyper compressed. It just takes longer. So if we don't use the longer version, if we use the hyper compressed version, and we think that it's going to go here out in July 7th or thereabouts, then can we get to the same spot with a rotation? So this is not way different than the other. It's just an adjusted. It's like an adjusted version of the same thing, but instead you're using like a faster run up, but a longer bottom. And I'll just pick a day. I'll just pick the low here, I guess, because I don't know what else to do. I'm gonna have to go backwards. And then I'm gonna pick the high here. Yeah, it's gotta be that one. I can't use another one because then I'm talking about building back upward to this, and I don't know what that's gonna look like. Not in this particular model. So does that time match the time it takes to run up here? Fudge. Yes, it does. What? What? Okay. Leave it alone, Booksy. You can be amazed at yourself all you want. Nobody else cares. Let's just keep moving. Amazed at yourself. I'm more amazed at the chart, not really at myself. Yeah. Well, we don't know where this is taken off from, but we have an idea of maybe when it stops based on this longer term build out. There certainly seems like there's only two options here. At least right now, the two options timing wise seem to be very close together, both of which are basically right at the beginning of July. It's the first week of July. All right, and then it builds out and we don't know how high it goes. We could do that one we could do that one like, well, kind of inductively, like going backwards, I suppose, from one point to another. Or is that deductively? I can't remember. It might be deductively. So we're not 1,000% on this, but we think that it's going to hit. Pretty sure it's going to go for that gap. And it's a question mark about how far it goes into the gap. Does it come up to just 37? Does it hit 46? Who really knows? 46, 48 is a maybe. This is closer to like that bottom here. Or it could be somewhere kind of in the middle. Like all of these were used back then, so yeah. Like 40. We're going to begin with the end in mind here. I think it's going to be like one of these things where if there's a spring, the spring might actually work in our favor to drive the price the opposite way. Let's get rid of this one. So let's first start with 46.48. Oh wait, I got to recopy this. All right, I just got lucky there. It's kind of already where it needed to be. Naturally, this is going to be exactly the same if we put that on the bottom. This timing is a little different. I must have messed something up. These numbers aren't lining up. They should have lined up. Something's not on the exact bottom or something. But that's okay. We'll be a little off for a little off. This looks like March 10th, which is like a Tuesday. Based on the what we think are, I mean, that's pretty close. Based on what we think are the actual, let's call it wave, I don't know what you want to call it, the wave cross lines. The middle one might be the more reliable figure, but I don't really, just like eyeballing it, either one could be right. I mean, you don't really know. So we're going to give or take a little bit here, maybe like this much value. So I'm going to keep that in mind. I'll just kind of keep that on this side here. It's a possible valuation shift down. I don't know where I messed it up, but I must have messed up something because it should have been exact. Oh, it's probably right here. Yeah, these are off. These should be down to 230. They're not that off. They're only 2 pennies off. $2.39. Okay. I'm just going to keep that in mind for now. So we think the goal might be what? I was really worried this might happen on GME. I was not thinking about this on AMC. I was really worried that that June run-up would actually be more of like a fake out. Because on GME, it builds out weird. If you use the iterations, it almost looks like it would have like a major upthrust that should be somewhere. Maybe this was it, but like if this continues to do the same thing it did before and break out and build back down towards the sort of the top area of the previous, or at least the top area that it broke out of the creek, right? Which makes sense. This did the same thing here. This would go down to like potentially near 17. But what's weird is that if you just continue to have iterations, it doesn't look like there's any time. Like there's not enough time to go down, back up again, and then down. So I had this bizarre idea on GME that at first that maybe we just go up and we drop later and then finally just go. But what if there's like a one in the middle? Because this is going to frustrate some folks, because I know how I feel about it, and I get kind of annoyed with myself sometimes. It just depends on your point of view, I guess, about where that is. It may not be an answerable question. So if that's a cat ear, it's a cat ear. It's done. Hit 28, drops, whatever. Maybe we go back up, maybe we don't. The next stop would eventually be like 17. So maybe there's another couple up thrusts here, again, just to kind of finish the cat ear, but it technically hit the target that it was supposed to. And I mentioned that previously, like, I know it's annoying, but I was saying like GME, a lot of people take it the wrong way, always take it the wrong way. They only ever jump on when I talk about something big. And I'll put it on like the Discord group, and I think GME might actually just go to 50 and just keep squeezing, because that's what happened previously, is it just kind of ignored the springs. But everybody said, well, why then do you think AMC's going down? And I'm like, because they're not the same chart. And also because in this particular case, we don't know what's going to happen after earnings with GME. And now we kind of have a better idea, right? Like what's going on with their company. And frankly, from like a fractal build out standpoint, and from an iterative standpoint, I should say, because fractal has a bad connotation to it by itself. But from an iterative standpoint, it should be doing something very similar to what happened back here, which it really should be heading back towards 1750 in terms of like where the balanced rechecks are. This would just be a cat ear to distribute somewhere up here as high as they need to go to get sellers, and they found an excuse to sell it, right? And once they find an excuse to sell, then they can drop the price lower and get back down. Do the same thing back here, bringing it up multiple times to try to drop it back low. And you're just enlisting sellers along the way. So I talked about this as a potential SOW, because in March on the 13th, it came below this line. I was like, really you cannot rule out the possibility as a result that this just goes up to distribute. And if it walks back through this line, and maybe the SOW is not done yet, meaning like this is all part of some kind of weird bottom, right? And you're going to still see a pump come up. We could go pretty high. But imagine for a moment that what we're experiencing on AMC kind of happens on, what we're seeing on AMC right now kind of happens on GME. There's this strange idea that I had early on with GME that it could have like a June run up that isn't what people think it is. That's really just another iteration. So it's like a hyper compressed iteration. And I have it here on the chart, like it pumps up and then it actually comes way back down. And in this case, I had it coming down really low for a really long time. It may not be that dramatic. These are just ideas that I have about price movements. It's a lot of jank here on this chart right now because I had like a dozen different ideas that I just did all at once. But the concept of this being like, when we did this, is like the middle of the ears, that you're going to have another middle and then another middle. And that compression probably accelerates. So like I have this looking like it's going to do one thing, but it probably accelerates. It's possible that we might get a May, June run up, and it's actually more like here. I'm sorry. This one. We could get a May, June run up that looks pretty bullish, but actually does not go. Like it looks like it's going to go. But what this is it's essentially like and I'm thinking this might be the more reliable one at this moment, that this might actually be the idea here with the May, June thing. This may be the real upthrust. Then where does it go? It could be different for AMC and GME in this regard, because if AMC and GME do something slightly different, this is maybe where you would see that. Because GME, when it built out, again, we're just kind of doing general comparisons here, but like when it built out, like this would be example, like it could pop up and just kind of build out into July, as opposed to like jumping and then dropping. But I wonder if that jump is the iterative finish, like finale. The cat ears are strange. They can have a cross up or they can kind of head fake and cross back down. We had talked about that previously. And I mean, AMC is almost always the down, but GME's had some times where it's gone up. So this cross up may lead to... I don't really want to get rid of all my lines, but I know that this is too messy. Like, I get it. I see it. I'm not an idiot. You guys are like, this is a hot mess, Booksy. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. I'm going to get rid of some of this like extra line work in here just to help clear it out a bit. Some of this stuff is very local, so it looks like a lot of noise, but it's probably just localized measurements and levels. That one's not really necessary. That one. I'm not going to get rid of this one. I think it might be used. This one may or may not. I'm not sure yet. Let's keep that one. Let's get rid of these levels here, 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 here. I'm going to get rid of this. I think I'm going to keep everything else. I haven't looked at the chat in a long time, guys. If you're getting frustrated with me, just know that we're all right. I'm not... Booksy, you're missing Tesla. I'm not really looking at Tesla. Yeah, I missed it. Missed the bottom. I'm okay with that. If it breaks out here, I might get in. I really want to see it build a support over... Yeah, I mean, I missed it. Missed it completely. But I wouldn't have... Oh, actually, I would have, because I did say 261. I was about to say, I wouldn't have caught the bottom. I would have caught the bottom. That's exactly what I was looking for. So, I don't know. Man. Sometimes you just... I'm not paying attention. This is what happens when I'm yesterday I just traded all day. I made ridiculous amounts of good money just trading. And, yeah, I mean, when you stop charting like one thing for a million years, you start making good money. Make good money on Tesla by trading it, you know. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It's coming up. I'm trying to figure out what to make of this chart, heads or tails. This was from yesterday. This was a distribution in the end. They may be at play, but I'm not going to use them. Yeah, I'm thinking breakout here at 274 would be necessary. I'm cautiously optimistic, but this looks like weak to me that it came down again and made a lower low. So even though I was thinking maybe it comes down to like 261, And it did. It found a floor there. Let me get rid of this one. Let me get rid of this one. I think that you got to be careful because, again, I'm like not really sure. I like that it made a higher low on the whole. Not sure why. I think it might have a trouble getting over 275 there. So it wouldn't surprise me either to see a backup here or like a big backup here. And that could just be a shoulder, so it'll be a dangerous spot. Honestly, if Tesla comes above that level, I genuinely do think it's very possible that this could be off to the races, so to speak. There's a lot of lines from yesterday that obviously didn't play out, but it was a really tight schematic, and everything was pointing towards 301 to 307. And in the grand scheme of things, like I say, I don't like to throw out the baby with the bathwater because sometimes you have an idea and it's not really wrong. It's just not happening right now. And there's a lot of times where people say things and they get it wrong, and then later they end up being kind of right, and it comes back around. It's like a temporary setback kind of thing or whatever. So right now I'm concerned about Tesla finding a support here. I think if it can do it, it probably is going to try to push again. And we'll see. Maybe it gets to the top. Around 275. And then in extended trading, it went up to 296. But so the reason I'm kind of humming and hawing about it is because the overall setup still doesn't look that bad to me. If it's just got to make sure it holds this creek. It lost this creek. So, I mean, it's a big deal. It slid beneath it and made a lower low. So if it is going to break down, it could do it right here and just drop back through and just start another pitch towards the bottom. Doesn't mean it has to go down forever. Could just be coming down to like 255, but I wonder if we're going to get some news on April 7th. There's something about certain tariffs or something going in effect tonight. Some are going in effect on the 5th. Some were like the 7th or the 9th. So the middle of the cat ears, there was one here, and then there's another one here. It's a larger one. It's just a wider extension outward. I think I deleted it. This might be the one that's currently in view because they're using a wave down reaction. Like, I get that some of you guys don't want to trade Tesla. You're probably like annoyed that I look at other charts sometimes and I didn't finish what I was going for on AMC and GME. I get that, but I'm in the business of trying to make some money in the market. And Tesla's one of these stocks that when it moves, those options just get blown up like no other. And you make returns that don't make any sense because of how volatile it can be. And I need that kind of volatility right now. Making losses elsewhere, and you're just watching your account sink into the gutter. You need to have some other plays, you know. So Tesla's been an easy one to trade. Look at the volatility in the last couple months here. It's just massive moves. So yeah, I think it's important to have other things to look at for sure. And I know some of you think you can't trade Tesla. It's too expensive or something, or you just don't want to trade it. So you don't like the leadership or whatever. But remember that like options are a little different, you know, and I get that. And if you can't trade options, it's probably even a bigger like challenge. But I think that on the whole, it's actually pretty inexpensive. It's not too bad. If you find a good deal, you can get an option contract for like under $2. which means you're like not paying more than $200 for a trade, which is fine. Most people can come up with $200 for a trade, and if you really want, you can squeeze in some like 30-cent contracts here or there if you find them at the right time. There's probably a lot that got really low down here right before it turned. You're just going to have to kind of wait for the right opportunity. So I think that was the fake out right there. All right, so now I've got a better window. I think that's it, because you can see it try to take off here. I couldn't really make heads or tails of it yesterday at the very end of the day. It was very messy, as you could tell. I had some markers. I was like, yeah, I should follow through on this. So this is probably going to be the creek that gets tested to some degree. I think this one's kind of irrelevant now. Yeah, because it dropped from it, and that's where the big drop-off happened, and there's no check on it at all. Based on where we're in extended hours, that might be the plan, is to get back here by Monday the 7th. I'm not sure about that, but it's possible that that would be the idea here. It makes some sense to me, because if you're thinking about distributing, you'd want to come back above here, and they didn't really get to do that in regular trading hours. And if you wait too long, then this ends up being pretty far off. So depending on how this sets up going into the weekend, this could be a really positive trade. I'm going to be patient as I can, of course, but I knew this yesterday was an SOW. I'm so glad I just got out of most of my stuff, because I knew it was not good when it made that high and then dumped back down. This is not what you want to see in the market ever. So this is kind of the last known creek that was lost. Found support and then tried to take off in extended hours. Didn't work out, but it went up to 296. Right, so this falls in line with what we're thinking here, that this would be a resistance. And then the second one, which is the cat ear, falls in line with the next resistance, which is here. It just depends on the timing of it, I suppose. But everything's kind of in the right place. So I don't know. Tesla might not do it. It's a weird stock. I've noticed that it doesn't always like to go for the spring right away, or the creek right away. And then what's even worse is sometimes it goes way beyond. And I'm like, oh. It likes to cut a middle line instead of having a to the wick mark. It'll do stuff like this. That's like a triple bottom right there. That's pretty strong. It took off and then it just backs up all of a sudden and then goes. This liquidity dump happens. Yeah, so I think if it gets above here, it could be a very positive sign for Tesla to come back up into this range. I don't really want to trade it on the guesswork that it's going to do that. So instead, we want to draw a trend and just have a really solid entry. So there's a clear indication of a trend there. We're going to go really small so I can see it. That's an M cross up. So now it's waving up, coming back down to check. Weirdly enough, this looks like it might have been established in 2 wicks, which does happen sometimes, like a cat ear. It's no different than a cat ear, actually. It's exactly the same. It's like this guy right here, which ended up being met in extended hours like crazy, is used. So that is a potential trend right there. It's no different. It's just inverted. I mean, it's right where it needs to be. If it hits here and it holds, it's going to be bullish. If it doesn't hold, breaks down, I don't see why we don't. I mean, potentially we can go back down to the floor again, or just about as low. So then we can go even smaller and take a look at the local trend. And we can try our luck at trading out of this. It'd be a little challenging, but maybe we can do it. You can see that's the 1 minute EMA, so it's checking it. At some point, you would probably expect the 1 minute to hold on the way out. You can see on the way in, it resisted. So on the way out, you'd want to see it hold. But we're not there yet. This is the move I was talking about. So by the way, I'm not thinking it's going to happen again. I just thought it needs to come back down to test that creek, and it did. What else is there? There's another one right here. That one got checked. Honestly, this one was kind of weak, so it would not surprise me if it went back down low. If there is a low retracement, usually what I do is I look at that and then I say, is there a like a fib there somewhere? You know, maybe the 0.5 right here at 266 or 265. Certainly looks like the 618 of the move. That could be another potential entry point if this broke down. If it broke down, it probably happened with like some kind of maybe an up thrust and then reversal, and you'd have to see it maybe bounce out and then over again. There wouldn't be like a one move, something like that, and then it would come back down maybe to the 0.5. If it's going to take longer, this builds out a little more sideways and then drops again and then reacts. And that's how you get out of there. And then it would head back up. If it doesn't do that, then I don't see why at the 382 level, well, it just still hasn't gotten there yet. I don't know. It's just fighting to try to keep that trend right now. So, and actually lost the other one. There. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. That one's actually wonky looking on this time frame. Does not look right. I don't like that. I wish it didn't do that. There's nothing I can do about it. Just look at it on the 3 minute. So potential here to run up, but question about whether or not it holds. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced it's going to go just yet. I'd have to see it make like a higher push and then make a higher low and then push again. If it doesn't do that, I'm not convinced it's going to go. So, like, I'd need to see it come up pretty high and then make a higher low and then come up to the top. Like, in the end, that's what I'd need to see in order to kind of convince me that this is ready to go up again and it's going to break out. Otherwise, I think it's just a hook. Probably going to get a lot of people kind of taking profit. This is where we see like a bigger, maybe see a bigger retracement. So, we'll be ready for it. It does come to 266 again. That might be a great place to consider a trade. Locally, it pushed up. Tried to test this top, came back, made a higher low so far. So, you know, locally, there might be a rebound like on the minute chart, which is what we're staring at. Maybe it goes up again. Technically, it jumped the creek here. It didn't retest it, in my opinion, but it did jump a creek. I don't know. Like I said, Tesla's kind of weird. It does have these moments of just ridiculous, like, bullish price action. So kind of looking at this level right now. I'm just kind of staring at it. So if you're wondering, like, where was I going with all that AMC stuff? I was going back to GME, and I was starting to look at the big picture. And understanding, like, maybe where that goes long term could be very simple if we do it that way. Yeah, it's trying to go, but volume looks kind of meh. I don't know. It won't be able to tell till it happens. Probably it needs to cross up and over this to really show like some strength and hold. So I'm gonna wait. I'm not in any rush. So I titled my video today like buy, sell, or do nothing. Sometimes the market is a great place to make a sell, and sometimes a great place to make the buy. But very often we forget to do the do nothing. The do nothing is just waiting. And sometimes you might be like, oh, you're waiting too long. I'm waiting too long. But that's okay. Just looking at the news, seeing what there's out there. There's really nothing out there. It looks like it's going to try to go. Technically, it held the creek. It's going to be bullish. If it breaks out here, I think it'll be all right. But I want to see it really show some support first and like back up, find some support, and then go. And if that happens, I'll probably buy in. If it doesn't happen, I don't know. We'll see. I'll make a decision on the fly. We'll make some trades today. I thought about buying off the floor when it jumped, but then I'm going to be in a situation where I'm not positive about the longer term. So I wanted to wait. I'd have to wait through that. And, sometimes you win in that case. You get some money for it, and it doesn't really matter if it goes or not. You're just in a good shape. It looks like it's trying to go. They're not even backing up, though. That bothers me. That bothers me a lot. This is always the time when I'm like trying to get in last second and then it ends up dumping. So I'm going to wait. Like I end up being like, oh, it's going. And then it convinces you that it's going and then it dumps. There we go. Should be a dump in there. Don't say dump, Booksy. It's gross. Sorry. I'll probably look at April 11th or 17th. I did a lot of April 11th 300 yesterday. I made good money on those, so it's kind of consistent. So I might do that. They were heavily traded, which is nice. They're down to 228. That's pretty low. I mean, I bought in at like $2 yesterday. So that's not bad. So we're going to see if it holds the ice here. Don't think it really matters if it breaks through right now. I think it could come back and then hold support here and go. It's starting to look almost 1-to-1. But if you lose support here, I think we just kind of go back to flipping. Like it could be very quickly coming down and making a new low. I don't think it's going to happen based on these little wicks here. This to me looks pretty good. Potential 1, 2, 3, and there's no, I don't see anything that resembles a SOW, sign of weakness. This just looks like a little spring locally. But this is not, this is just a 1 minute chart, right? So it's not like the end all be all chart. It's starting to look a little like an inverted head and shoulder, which is fine to say, but remember, like an inverted head and shoulder then would have this complexity of another drop here in theory, because you'd have to consider this as part of like that shoulder mark, which probably a lot of people would be like, nah, I ain't gonna do that. But man, I don't know, man. Like if that's the shoulder, then you should have like a drop here that tries to go low, and then it would reverse. If you really want to get technical about an inverted head and shoulder, that's what would happen. So that's why I'm wondering if we're going to get a drop low. This actually came back to pretty similar shoulder mark. I wonder if this could drop all the way down to, that'd be kind of wild. We could drop all the way down to like 262.91 again. Kind of out there. I've got a golden line there, but I don't know what that is. I can't remember. I bet it's something like really important. It's usually a bigger picture line. So yeah, it's not impossible that this needs to make another nosedive. So we got to be patient. Yeah, maybe worst case again, like something like this would be okay. Or best case, I mean, something like this, just a simple retracement and a recovery. I'm going to be cautious. So now the 3 minute trend here is being tested. It didn't really come back up above the moving average. It also really hasn't touched it yet, so can't really say it's not going to go. This was a good play right here. I just missed it. It's like bouncing the jump right there. It's great. It's like good simple play because it jumped the creek. It's really basic stuff. And like backed up. Just went. Now we're talking about resistance level that really needs to push. Or it's likely to have a deep retracement. I don't know. This area has been so traded that the alternative here, if you're really bullish, would be to just get in like a little bit and then just wait and see if it goes. If it breaks, you could buy more, and if it drops low, you could just average down. But since we're doing it live, I'll try to make sure I'm doing it right. The 6 minute looks like it's kind of right on the dot on that trend. So that might be helping prop it up here, just kind of floating above on higher time frames. It can sometimes, as you can tell, like really can help Tesla just kind of like take off when it's time to take off. So we're getting a lot of shakeout on the low time frame. We're not getting a lot of shakeout here on the higher time frame. Looks pretty good. 15-minute, looks fine. It's still got that kind of downward angle on the moving average. So I suppose if you were going to argue anything, you might argue that it's not really curling up yet. And it typically doesn't until like the last second. But, I mean, it does look very downward still. There's no break of... That divergence was going on here on these two peaks. It's pretty mild, but it's there. So, yeah, and this is still kind of facing downward. It hasn't broken that yet. So I think on the 15-minute, it's kind of a no-go. The only real time frame that looked okay was like 6. The 6 looked pretty good. 30. Same deal. It's just hasn't really made that move yet to break out. It's sort of just slumping. We'll see. Maybe do it all at once right here, you know. That's why I think you're going to get, if it does it, you would get like a big pop. It's going to be like a release of pressure, I suppose. Hourly's underneath. I don't really need to look at anything else, but it's a lot of, that's interesting. That's the accumulation one. That's pretty cool. It's still green. Still hovering above it. That's a bearish cross down right there. So on the hourly for Tesla. On the MACD. Doesn't mean it has to be bearish right away. It's just sometimes that could be a bearish signal. You can see back here, like it actually flipped bearish here, but it still went higher afterwards. Still came up again. So you never really know. That definitely means you're not going to go up again. No, don't think so. It's easier when it's going the other way and you have a clear breakout or something. All right, so let me go back to the 3-minute time frame here. Let me take a look and see how high that went. Well, I mean, it's kind of doing what I thought it might do in a bullish example. So unless it's just like one big fake out, the only thing that's missing is it's missing that it's got to make that push and hold it, because this could be like a cat ear. We know all about those. I feel like it's strong. It held here, a higher push, and it looks pretty good to me. It's having a little bit of trouble. You know, again, it's got to keep above this line. I feel like it's going to be a make or break moment pretty soon. Like it's going to push above and hold it, or wick down below, because this is always what happens. We talked about this on the other day. Cat ears always kind of come across the trend and then make a decision. I don't know. And there could be a spring. It's like half a dozen things. So this is the most bullish setup, where it crosses up and over. And this setup is only in like the most extreme bullish examples, where you get that push into an SOS and it also comes above this trend. If that happens, then yeah, it's going to probably melt up to the next range level at like 275. So you get like a quick $3 move if that breaks out. If it does not, then I think it's spring or deeper, so it's pretty straightforward. This is really the only options that we have. I mean, it looks like a lot because you're like up, down, sideways, ha ha ha, but it's not really. I mean, not exactly. You're able to watch it. So we're really watching carefully to see what happens here on this cross, and you can see it pushed once, twice. This is a rejection. So that wick up, and you see how it closed below that line? If we trust our line here, then we know that that was a rejection. So now it's trying to back up to see if it can find some kind of a liquidity. The last time, it kind of slid down low, it kept making lower lows until it finally tried to go up. It failed. It's a little bit like a bear flag or a flag. Maybe not a bear flag. We don't know that yet. Another way to draw it, if you want to draw it, would be like a flag. And then this particular creek is gone, but there's probably another one here now that's, again, being used. So we can look at this guy, which is where it broke out, found support. Let's probably anchor it right onto the bottom of that candle. That's as good as it's going to get. And then there'll be another one here, which seems like it's already kind of being tested right now. And unfortunately, it's starting to look a lot like it did yesterday. I started doing that stuff. It kept popping up and like turning down as it went. Like every time it's made like a lower high, which looked bullish, and it was till it wasn't, right? Till it hit like 290 something. You see how it's turning down? It's generating like a fan of creeks downward. There's not a lot, it's just a little bit each time. Again, reinforcing the idea that you really got to get back above this level. Which is the top. And in the end, if it does push up, find a support and go, then it's still bullish. But this looks like a 1 and then a 2, 3. You can see the 4 coming up here. This is the last one. So if this fails, or if it punches like slightly above 2720 and then fails, then it's bearish. In my opinion. And probably drops. It's kind of like parts of this that don't look too bad, and then there's parts that are like, meh, you know. You know, a person normally looking at this is probably not going to be doing what I'm trying to do with this whole idea, but they're probably just going to be looking at like it's a flag, and it's just, oh, it popped up and it's flagging, and then it's going to go again. And that's not really wrong. Like, it is a flag, and there are elements of that that are true. Like this happened over here, there it kind of flags down and then pops and goes. But ultimately, like, by doing it this way, I'm kind of like counting what I call like steps in the process. So I'm seeing it happen. What I could do is do like a buy-in here and then set a stop and just let it go and then not worry about it. But I gotta just kind of watch it. We're on a really small time frame here. Again, we haven't really checked much on a larger time frame. You know, an inside candle here would indicate we're about to make a bigger move, which probably makes sense. So I think we are. Just gotta be wary of the upthrust. So the reason why I'm not like stressing about going back and forth and looking at AMC is that I think short term, I feel like my answer was already given to me. Like short term, I still don't think this is going to come down and make a double bottom. I don't think it's going to do that right now. It may do it going into like earnings or something. Like we could end up seeing a dip below at that point. But I think right now, I'm thinking this is just going to chop. I don't think this is done. This isn't small enough for the last iteration. So I think we're going to get like maybe 2 more. And then it looks like we're not going much of anywhere until April 14th, potentially. That would be a potential bottom, and then we'd see a rocket up. But I suspect there's going to be like a rally, a dump, rally, and a dump. That kind of just chop us in place here. If it gets to the bottom, it gets to the bottom. We can point and laugh. I don't know. Whatever you want to do. But like the idea here is actually pretty straightforward, I think. Is that this would be generating like a 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that gives you an evidence that this would go up again. Most people, in my opinion, are probably going to be thinking that this is going to be the big run-up, May into June. Especially if there's like a double bottom or close to it, then I think people are going to be like, oh yeah, it's definitely going to go. But I got to be honest, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm still of the mindset that this is going to go up. And it's going to be ugly, probably. Like, you're probably going to have some like pretty massive sell downs, and then I think it's going to break down again. I do. And this is what I was saying. Like, I'm kind of concerned now that what we might experience to some degree is like a fake out that looks like it's going to break out and go, but it just doesn't. And this is be like the final kind of upthrust. And everyone would be expecting it to look really similar going into like mid-May. And I don't know, man. I would definitely be like worried that I'm wrong. That, hey, it could just break out and go, dude, if it hits a low here. If it hits a low, that's a different question. I mean, we'd have to look at it. Maybe if it hits a low, it is a spring. But I'm most concerned that this is like not going to react the way people think it's going to react. So I would just be really cautious, I guess, is the main thing. As I'm timing this out, and it really doesn't make a lot of sense to go without an upthrust and another drop. It doesn't make a lot of sense to go. And we just didn't get it here. It's not there. I'm concerned they're going to use this May-June expectation that people have, frankly, to kind of drive the price the other way. And that's where you get that OBV pop. The truer cat ears kind of finish there, and then you drop down, and we don't really leave anywhere until there's that $1.80, maybe till like July. And a lot of people would be pretty upset, I think, if that happens. But one thing that would be certain is that if it does this, there's a big wick. I'm glad I didn't watch that. I was worried it would come up above one of these tops and then drive back through. It didn't quite get there, did it? But anyways, I'm happy I didn't watch it. I would have been like, oh, yeah, look at that. It's going to go. Definitely popped, but that should be it. That's the compression, right? So that's pretty normal. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. That's the big move. And if it fails to hold now, then it's probably done. It's going to drop. Maybe not forever, but for a short period of time. In fact, I might even get a quick put just to play it. Nothing crazy. But probably going to watch and see if it breaks here. Last thing, be breaking down there. If it does, it's kind of weak. But if it does, I think we're going to go down low. Back to like 265. If it doesn't, it's not impossible that this holds. It's just a weird setup. And again, you know, this is just a Tesla thing. This isn't an everything thing. I noticed that it does have these kind of drastic moments of liquidity grab. So there'll be reactions no matter what. This will be a logical reaction here because of the nature of where that creek is. That local creek, really small. So is it over? Well, I don't know, man. I mean, again, it could be a bear trap. Forget people like me who think it's about to go down and still drive the price back up and over. But I still wouldn't be bullish until it came up here. I just don't think it can be an SOS. So let me check one more time. 6 minute here. Yeah, I don't know. The 6 minute makes everything look great. Like makes it look more bullish to me. I'm not really seeing any problems on this time frame. The better looking chart for sure. Well, maybe I'll do both. Maybe I'll enter a short-term put with a tight stop, and then I don't know. Now that 15 minutes curling up and just crossed up and over. Yeah, it may be that on the short term it was like meant to look bearish, but it kind of looks more bullish on the big picture. So if this can hold and break up, I don't think it's going to be bad. I gotta just make sure I put things into perspective. It's really hard to tell. It'd be one heck of a bear trap because they did drop this lower. Just short term again. It's not long term, but they did drop this, made a lower low here from where it took off right after trying to punch through the top here at 271. So that normally would indicate some kind of bearish sign. But that might be the goal here, you know, to get bears to sign up and then take it the other way. So it looks like that might be the case. You gonna get what you want, Booksy? I don't know. We'll find out. Stock price isn't exactly, I mean, the option price isn't exactly rocking the moon here. It's just kind of going subtly. Figures. So the worst thing that could happen right here is that you're buying in, if you buy in right now, and then it drops the other way, pretty harsh. But it just went to that marker. So it's trying. Went over the top. Let's see what happens here. It's going to go down. And it's sliding bad. Pretty ugly. Hate cat ears. Yeah. They're frustrating. I mean, this is like a fake into a fake if it works, because they got the bulls buying in here on this breakout for sure. I mean, it's a pretty big profit taker right there altogether. That's a high volume top. It really looks more like a distributive pattern at this point than a bullish pattern. So, you know, if you're playing one or the other and you had to make a choice, to me, it looks more like, again, a bearish pattern, but Tesla's been weird the last few days, so. Yeah, to me it looks bearish, so I guess that's that. I don't know, man. We're looking at like micro micro stuff here too. Like I said, the bigger picture, 15-minute and up, there's not really much there. So you can make a case for a bull right now, because locally, yeah, it looks kind of bearish to me. This doesn't look great, but this is okay. It went higher. It looks like an M cross to me, but then expanded out and tried again. But we get up to like 15 and I don't know. It's just kind of trying to, maybe it's again a bull trap, but this one looks kind of ugly now that wick is there. That wasn't there a minute ago. It doesn't look good, does it, with the wick? Because it looks like it's going to close way inside that marker. So made a little hit wick above and then closing really low. See if they can find backup. And the volume's super low. It's like super low right now. I don't know. I really would want to see a bigger, like a solid candle. So we'll see in the next 4 minutes what happens. I think if bulls can bring it back, it may be okay. But if not, I'm probably going to just stick with that bear side for now. Because I think 266 looks pretty good. Or 265 for potential backup. Oh, these puts are like off the chain expensive. I'm just looking at them. $10 a piece. Jeez. Well, I'm not buying a put. $10 a piece. They probably were a lot cheaper yesterday. Goodness gracious. They're $3.80 just for the Friday ones. Like tomorrow. That's crazy. You think about that, they're going to decay. You know. It's really struggling. Really struggling to find a direction here. Normally it would be over by now, like you'd have that kind of confirmation of direction, but I'm not getting it. It's taking a long time. I'm still thinking it may end up coming back down to like over here somewhere if it drops. I don't know. I don't really mind that creek. It's just this bothers me. Mm. That is the same mark. So definitely hit that, reject it off of it. I'm probably not going to get it, but I'm going to try to enter a put position. Oh, I got it. That's not bad. Yep. All right. Easy enough for now. So it looks like almost a double bottom, maybe. Let's take a look. Low of 269, low of 268.98. So it made a lower low after punching up above the top. Now in reality, if this had happened on like an AMC, I would be immediately like, this is super bearish. But the way that this has been going, it's kind of odd because it did the same thing yesterday on Tesla. It went high here and then dropped low. And I'm like, oh, so it's weak. Like that's a weakness. It pushed up high and then immediately bled through a creek. And this just looks like it's propping it up into close. And then with everything else apparent, without that up thrust, it looks like that was correct. But what's weird is that in extended hours, this goes like way up here. So like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me because I'm like, that shouldn't normally happen. If it made that move and this is all it was, this would just look like a UTAD and then drop again, right? So that's what I would expect normally if we came down and dipped below the bottom that we had held previously. That you may come back up. Sure, you could come back up again. In fact, we may come back up and make a UTAD or something here and look like it's going to break out again at some point in the future. Usually I call that like a hook or whatever. And then that would be the end of it. It would not normally be this kind of controversy about whether or not it's going to have some kind of weird rocket move like after the fact. Like I would think that would be it. So right now I'm kind of like just staring at it like, well, are we going to do some kind of weird move where we come back up to, you know, that looks like it's going to be bullish and it's really just like a weird middle of the cat ear. I say weird one more time, Booksy. And then we walk across this guy, just like we walked across this guy. We don't actually dump till like over here. I don't know, you know, maybe. So it's possible. It happened yesterday is what I'm trying to say. And I got a little bit confused by that because I was like, I don't get it. If you made a lower low after pushing high like that, that's not a good sign. But it still went up in extended hours, which threw me for a loop. And then it came back down crashing, which made sense. So you played puts, right? No, but you know, you guys believe it or not, but I actually did think about it. I was like, during the trading day yesterday, I spent most of the day like watching Tesla, and it got to the end of the day and I thought, man, maybe I should just pick up a put position because I don't know why it came back up. And it almost looked like, it looked like it came back up and found support on this level that it had lost. And I'm like, it's really odd. So was that just like a bear trap? Like, I don't understand why you would do that. Why you'd have like an up thrust before that. It doesn't make any sense to me. I was really thrown off, but I thought about it, and I thought maybe I should just grab a put. But then I thought to myself, probably not good to have like an extreme amount of exposure here to the price action as it is because things are going to get crazy, and I don't know what I'm going to expect. So, say la vie. That's it. That's the whole story. Yeah, that's all there is to it, the story anyways. I was like, I don't really know what to expect. Maybe I shouldn't worry too much about maybe shouldn't worry about too much about it and just keep my one position and leave it at that, you know. So yeesh. Well, that wasn't much of a move, but I think it's going to try to build out again and come back up. Probably to here, 270. It's just my thought. Yeah, maybe not. Just leave it behind. Never go back. Market doesn't want it. Market doesn't want it. What you gonna do? Don't know, Booksy. You tell me. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I did buy a put. It was $4, which is $400, pretty much exactly, plus some change. So we'll see where that goes. I think it's going to go down to like 265, but it could halt about here, which makes sense to me. So I'm not a huge fan of playing downside for the most part. You don't really do it that often. But when you see it, you see it. I mean, it is what it is. It did exactly what it was supposed to do to come down. So up thrust, weakness, pushed up again, weakness, pushed up again, weakness. So you'd think that this put would be going crazy, but it's not really. Not really. Oh well. It's kind of a bummer. I don't think it's going to exceed the small loss that I took earlier, which is kind of the pits. I felt like this would be a good trade, but it's not going to quite make it. I don't know. And oddly, this might actually be a good time to flip bullish pretty soon because I think that it may come down and form a bit of a triangle here or something going down, but I don't really know where it's going to stop. There was a 0.5 that was around this point, and then there was a 618 that was a bit lower. That made more sense to me because we didn't check this level when it broke out back at 260 something. But a lot of times, like a dangling carrot, you know, like the initial portion, it does get there, but there's like a slow in. So that's the 0.5 on that move right here. So we're not even there. We're at the 382, which is at 267. And then the lower end here is 264. And then the 786 is way down here at 263, which is closer to that actual shoulder mark that we made. It's actually right on it. So any one of those places, if you're in the put position, would be probably a good place to get out. I think this is the target in mind here, this downward blue line, this guy. So we'll see. Teslas can be, again, one of these stocks that just can be ridiculously bullish all of a sudden and have a high volatility. The 382 is like right here. And I think the 0.5, we just talked about it, was like right above there. So you just got to see, people buy in, they buy in. 1 minute got oversold and reacted, came back up. It's testing the previous bottom. That would be a change of character if it came above that bottom and like found support. So for example, if it pushed back over here and then found support, it could be a change of character. And then it may go beyond. Otherwise, it's pretty straightforward. Like hook, drop, hook, just backing up. Kind of a weird chart. Just wouldn't have expected it to present itself like so bullish right here and then just fail. But that's what happened. And you need to go back down for liquidity. So anyways, I could exit now for like 15% gain. I probably will if it end up scratching if it comes back up here, which kind of stinks. I would have expected this drop to be a little bit more lucrative, but it just wasn't. So it's kind of whatever you think. I mean, if you're in it for the longer move, I don't think this is enough. I feel like we should be heading down to 265, which is still kind of my gut feeling. But always play the chart as it is. So if it ends up reacting strong here, you just have to let it be what it is. Even if they fake me out, I'd still have to just say, all right, I'm done. Walk away. I probably won't trade again today if that happens, unless I see another bottom form here. My expectation would be similar to this. You'd have some kind of a walk down and then a walk out. And presumably at that point, probably in good shape to buy back in. And always with these backups, you know, the flushes could be very abrupt, but after that, it usually takes a bit of time to sort of find a new entry. It's trying right now. You can see the bulls are trying to like hold it up here. Maybe they're going to just go for it. Yeah, it's starting to look kind of bullish. Punching punch the high, made a lower high, lower low, higher low, blah, 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 blah. I wonder if there's anything else I missed here on this. No, I mean, aside from this one, but we kind of already addressed that. Like that would be if it was an up thrust right here and it didn't happen. It could happen later, I suppose. Yeah, that's a little bit of a weakness. I don't know. I guess there could be something really dramatic here. Back to the upside. If sellers are not able to get what they want, then operators may take it up even to the top again. This is the frustration of the market on the whole, in my opinion, is that there's a chance here that this is just the middle of a larger double ear, which is always obnoxious to think about. But this could technically be like the center mark of like a bigger structure, like it wouldn't change much. It would just be longer. And that would be really obnoxious to get in like here thinking it's going to go all the way down and it doesn't. But it's mostly because if they needed to do that, they would use like they would use that like to help drive liquidity. All right. So I'm going to exit one of these put positions for about 15%. It's not bad. I made like $50. Can't really complain. The other one, if it drops lower, I'll sell it lower. Get rid of it. Because if it doesn't go, this is probably the spot where it would find support and then try again. In which case, probably just sitting on a time bomb if you're doing that. If it does drop all the way down, it'd be a lot easier. But at this point, I'll probably just get out of the second position and buy back in for a rebound. Should be pretty easy to do. And if it goes up again, then whatever. I'm just going to wait it out. All right, well, that was fun. A little side adventure in the middle of the day. Can't say I really won on the day, though, because I think that when I sold here, I don't think I lost 50, but it was probably like close to it. So it probably just made it back, which is fine. But more than likely, it's going to be a scratch day or like maybe even slightly negative. I'd have to go look at that number. So if I can make like one more good trade, I might. But I'm not really feeling it right this second. Kind of hungry. Yeah. I'm not sure what to expect here. It reminds me of an LSPY, which usually is like a bear flag, and then it eventually drops again. Those kinds of things are hard to judge, though, when you have the possibility of a wave break. So volume has to stay consistently low on an LSPY, and this is looking really high. So I'm kind of glad I did that. Just rip the other way. So bear entry again for this one on the LSPY would be coming back through the flag motion, basically. So if it goes all the way up to the top of the flag and then it fails, you would be bear again. If it goes and it breaks out and it comes back down like in an M, so this is like a 1, 2, and then if there's a 3, 4 and it holds, then you'd be bull. And it could look not quite like this, but you get the idea. It could be like very steep, like something like that, where it doesn't ever come back down again, just holds on the like level, so on and so forth. The concept is just straightforward though. Like you're basically just looking at a retest, and then if it cannot get some traction here, it's going to slide back through. If it can, then it may come back up. We may see that secondary top form. But I will say this is already dipped below. So one of the things that's curious is, again, like I could look at it and say, well, this might still happen, and it might, it could still happen that way. But one thing that I would be thinking about now is, now that this dip below, is if the operator did delay it and they did not, let's say that was the backup for now and they're going to come back down later, this kind of gives you a different picture of what might happen at a later time. There's so many things that could happen, guys. But anywho, you could mark that off on your chart if you want to keep it there. That would just indicate, again, where you might come back to later. And there's two spots. One's right here, and one's right here. And if you don't, then forget about it. Who cares? You guys are like, it's gonna go up, man. It's just gonna rocket to the moon now. Maybe. I mean, it hit the 3.8. It hit the 3.86. It didn't hit the 0.5. It got pretty darn close, but it didn't quite get there. It was a little lower. It was like right here. So a 3.86 backup is a fine backup. You could have it be like a bearish reversal flipping into a bullish buy-in. But just like I talked about before, there is a possibility that even after this sell down, you could still have like a UTAD kind of deal where it comes back up thrust after distribution. It just depends on whether or not the operators need it to drive the price lower for liquidity purposes. And then there's also the possibility that this is an M cross and it builds out into much larger kind of sideways motion. And we have to see how that worked out. I mean, there's a lot to this. You still have the same problem, which is that this technically distributed here. And so we never broke this level, and it's still an issue. So if you were smart about it, hopefully you were smart about it if you were trying to do it. I'm doubtful anybody was, but if you were smart about it, then you would not have bought in here on that peak for fear that it might not hold. You would have waited and seen if it broke back down, and then when it did, could short it down or get a put, sell it down, which is what I did. And, I made a little bit of money, not a lot. Got out. This is all like really small time stuff too. I mean, we haven't looked at the 6 minute in a minute. And it's okay. It kind of looks like it tried to find support. That might be why we got such a bounce there. And it looks like on the 6 minute time frame, this is like bulls are trying to like hold on to that and see if we can get it going again. So may have been right to just let go and wait. From a certain point of view, it certainly looks like that could be the end of it. I mean, it dipped down and hit this guy as well, which is fine. But I don't know, there's just not much to say until it breaks out again. So even if this is just a head and shoulder, and that it could be that this is a head and shoulder and it's going to break out, you got to see it break above the neckline and hold it. So it's the same position. It's right there. And I think in this case, now we have another ice that we can use here that might play into it. It comes up again. Yeah. Let's do a measurement for that, just for fun. I'm going to do a measurement for that head and shoulder motion, see if that makes any sense. I bet it's going to be like the distance to the actual 276. Sure is. Sure is. So yeah, if that breaks down again, um, it's pretty straightforward. This is a really simple trade actually now. Next time it breaks down through this level, if it can get down through here at 271, it should drive all the way to I don't know exactly where it's going to be when it does that, but it should drive all the way down to near 275. If it takes a little longer today, it may only come back up to this 275 level. So if it took a detour and went down again, let's say it goes up to hit 266 or something, and then it does come back the other way. So you have some kind of a longer term sell down, and then it comes back the other way. At that point, your neckline is like way higher, and you can see like that would only lead you back to maybe here. So it's not as complicated as it may seem. It's pretty straightforward in some ways. I'm sure we could find confirmation for that elsewhere if we really wanted to, but I don't really want to do that right now. So not the best trading setup in the world, but I could see a couple possibilities here for trades if you want them today. I'll probably keep an eye on it. I think both of these might be legit. This one's pretty solid. It gets you back to the gap, which makes sense. Does not come back to check the trend, which I think is pretty high. I think that might be that 296 bit. I'm not so sure that's gonna happen till like Monday. Yeah, you never know, man. We didn't really finish GME, but I'll just wrap it up real quick. There's kind of a standing possibility here that I don't really like, but it could play a big part in this. And that is that this does build out in May around the 14th. This is kind of right where it needs to be, this downward S-curve. So regardless of what happens here, this could be like a 1, and you could still have like a 2, 3, like 4 kind of deal that's just really ugly. We just don't know how it's going to look yet. It could be like that. It just never really comes back up here again. Sure. The idea of these waves is not to be perfect all the time and like where the price is going to be. It's usually more of an estimation of the momentum, the movement. So I don't doubt that this could be a little bit awkward looking or even weak and build out into mid-April or something with some volatility and then pump, around here and still drop. But what's curious is that the earnings is then on June 4th. I could see it going either way. I mean, the way that we had it on AMC, where going into May kind of builds out away from earnings up until June, and then we'll see. Again, I know everyone expects it to go up with GME, but it did not in 2020 go up with GME. That's kind of one of my big points is like everybody keeps saying that, but it didn't do that. When GME finally like left and took off, it went into an SOS at the same time AMC was starting to go down. It was like literally the same timing. It was like in September or whatever it was, or right back here. AMC like went low when GME started breaking out and going up. It would not surprise me if something like that happened, but in this model where like they're both kind of ready to go, but then AMC is at like a peak moment and pitches down as GME starts kind of breaking up and over its creeks and like going up into like a squeeze motion. AMC comes down for its final drop. So I'm not saying it has to be 1-to-1, but I do think it's very possible here that you're in for kind of like a backwards land motif, and we end up with some kind of a pump into May 14th. It's like the opposite of what you would expect. And then going into the end of the month where you're expecting to see a breakout, you actually see a breakdown until June. It's later than expected for sure. It's kind of backwards. It really is. In some ways, I would have expected this to happen over, and this is what I was saying, I was expecting it to happen over here. So that you're already kind of in that position come May. And that's the big difference here. I think there's a shift in time. But I think it makes sense too. Thankfully, we found some more information today, so to me, it makes sense. Coming down to like 180 something, 190 something. And we'll see where we go, but it looks like 188. And that was the 189, 188. That was the level we found too on the other one. And that breakout just takes you right above to 1250. That's the second time we found that number in kind of a slightly different way. It doesn't exactly bode well for later on, like getting to that top. All things considered, it doesn't look like you'd hit the top. It looks like you'd hit only hit like the bottom of the gap here, which is the floor. I mean, it shouldn't surprise anybody if that's what happens, because it is just the bottom of that range. In the grand scheme of things, you're just doing a retest on that floor, so it actually does make sense. But anyways, well, I'm done. Kind of tired. I want to work on some other stuff today, so I got to get going. I got to eat lunch. Sorry if I was ignoring y'all today. Just be patient. Maybe don't do anything if you're not sure about the market right now. I think there's a lot of opportunity here, but I also don't want to be jumping the gun on like these kind of swing moves. So see the opportunity if you can, but otherwise I wouldn't be in a hurry personally. I'm not going to be rushing through this. Kind of walk through it slow. Some of these don't look that bad today. Some of them just look awful. Fang's down 11%. It's the oil stuff. Honestly, when I flip this chart upside down, Tesla still looks bullish to me. This just looks like it went backed up too far. Like, I gotta just say, because we were talking about it, Momo and I were talking about it, Mr. Momo and I were talking about it yesterday, coming to 271. We drew this chart and I said, it really looks like it could hit this red line because it just hadn't backed up to it. I'm like, I think it might drop down to 271. And like, here we are, but notice that it just pushed above it, and now it's doing like that cat ear thing, but in reverse. You can see that drop down. That's just a very clear kitty cat ear right there, like a 1, 2, 1, and then 2. It just looks like it's going to try to like pop up again towards the top. But if it goes above here, like, I don't necessarily see that as like a guarantee that it's going down forever. Sure, it could cross up and hold, but this is where I would expect the second ear, which is in this case bullish, to kind of cross back up and over and then break back out. I'm wondering if this is going to just take most of the day. In theory, it doesn't even have to go back very low. It could go to 266 and be done, or just a slight push of 267 to be done, just to back test it. I'm just theorizing that it's going to go a bit higher because it's been distributing high, like way up here. So I'm just thinking it's going to go try and do that again. It needs to probably come up at least to 265. If I were like trying to be as judicious as possible here, I think that's the level I would pick. It's like 265 level. So I think it's going to have like another meltdown. And then I think it's probably like in pretty good buy-in territory. You're going to get a cross up. Mr. Momo was in the Discord with me all day yesterday trading Tesla. We were having, I think, a good time. I suspect it's going to be some kind of an M cross if it does this. It's got to jump back over. This is so similar to what happened here. It came up really high afterwards and then it dumped. It's like they're trying the same thing again. So as long as this doesn't just full on make a new low, I think it's going to be bullish afterwards. This will help me frame this better too. I just don't know where it's going to go if it drops. Like, where is it going to go? I don't know. Maybe it's trying to build like a new trend or something. Well, I mean, that works. That works if you go only to here. That does get you to 265. I'd have to dump pretty fast though. It's missing like another wave. Like it's missing another drop and then like a wave up. Oh, maybe it's just a 618 retrace instead. It kind of fits better. See, but weirdly, this is actually potentially very bullish if this happens this way because, again, like big picture wise, it may seem like not the best scenario. I actually think it's probably fine. Man, I can't let it go, can I? So happens to me, I get like stuck. I don't know. There's like an attempt to hold here. So it's trying to hold that level. I mean, I don't know. I think just kind of go back and forth on things now if I keep doing it. It is what it is. there's a possibility it goes to 265 here. There's also a possibility, I guess, it could technically like be done here and just not go up again, or it could be like a UTAD kind of deal where up thrusted and then it dropped low and it's not going to ever come back that high. I don't know why it wouldn't, but that's just me. I'm like, just sit here like, well, why not? I just don't get it. You didn't quite get to the 0.5. You didn't quite get to that liquid center. So why not just go for it, you know? I don't know. And there's a trend here now that I'm staring at, and I'm like, that might even be more evidence that this is probably going to do that. Just to kind of check it one more time before you leave. See if we want it or not. And it didn't get there. But on the big picture, this is like starting to look more like just a retracement back to a cat ear. And it could break down. I don't want to leave that door completely closed. Because, I mean, I guess in this particular case, as if it were a bullish case, if this went up and then backed up and jumped over, I'd be nervous about, you know, if we saw that, I'd be like, oh, that could be a cat ear that just broke out and went the other way. So I suppose that's a possibility too, that it goes above here. So you wouldn't want to trade this. You really wouldn't want to trade this to the upside until you see that final like breakdown. You need to push away from this red line and then basically just generate like a hook kind of motion and then go. Something like that. It may not go this week. Geez, I think if it does that, it's going to be like flying. I really do. I think it may be trying to get back to that 290 that we hit in extended hours. Because I don't know what else is going to hold it up here. There's no like supports. It's just empty space. In extended hours, obviously there's more going on here, but like there's nothing here in regular trading hours. And the last couple of times it's done this when there's like nothing there, it just kind of melts down. You can see it. And melts up really. This is inverted. But you see that just kind of dropping through, and it would just drop through. And even more so here, because on the bigger picture, this is kind of ridiculous, but on the bigger picture, that's like the short-term cat ear, but there's a bigger one, like a 1, 2, and then this would be like a 3 with a 4. I think 4 would have to be like a rejection of this 283 level, which has been a problematic zone. So 4 would be like here, and then I guess drop down again. It seems silly to me to have like this really bullish run in the middle of all this chaos, but it may go all the way back to like 320s. That seems kind of bizarre, but it is what it is. I mean, that's the bullish motion right there. You see the same kind of cat ear walk down right here. It's no different. It's just very volatile. This is really similar though. May even have this line kind of in the wrong spot. If I use this instead. May not make a huge difference. It doesn't really. They're probably both active markers. So I did enter another put position. right before that drop, because I felt like it was about to happen. Sorry, I was supposed to tell you. Again, not making huge chunks of money here, just trying to get some stuff in play. This doesn't make a significant difference, but there was a gap here. The gap, excuse me, the candle here. I don't really think otherwise there's much else to it. I would suggest that this makes sense. Usually the ears go kind of low, but not low enough. They're always like a sign of weakness or a sign of strength if you're flipping them around, and then it would be backing up to whatever liquidity, and this is where you either make a decision to break out and go the other way, in which case this is just bearish as all get out for now, or reverse. In this case, it would be the upside. This is cat ears working for you, not against you. I am being really specific about these lines because they should be in the right place if we did it right. And this all kind of clicks pretty well. I wonder if this is gonna just dip and then go. That'd be funny. Or go sideways here instead of coming down lower. Don't know. Probably doesn't matter that much. But yeah, it's going to be melting up if that happens, because this would be the end of the cat ear middle. I suppose at worst case, it could be like a situation of like extreme weakness on the other end where it kind of bows this way instead. You'd have like an SOW, but then this would kind of build the other way to try to back up to some level that they didn't check on a back test. That'd be like a scenario that happens every now and then with like a longer backup period. So invert the chart and put it back to normal and you see what I mean. It's like if it hooks down below this trend that was just formed, they could go for a cat ear on the other side and still be bullish. Maybe even sneak in an SOW if they want to come back down later here and then go back up. Like at a later time, closer to, I don't know, the 11th or something. Build back out later. And it could be one of those things that its goal is ultimately not to break out, but just to kind of come back and retest like a trend, which is what this looks like anyways. I wonder if they're trying to get down. Maybe they would do that, try to get down to retest this line. That could get kind of ugly. It does that. Go back to like near 250. And be an SOW because it came low, but just check that trend. Something along those lines. And then you'd end up with a huge breakout to go back to the top. And you'd end up going way up here to the intersection around April 9th. to 323. Kind of makes sense. I think that's the floor. That actually looks bullish, but it's not. It's bearish, because then it comes back down for the SOW on the big picture, and this creates a massive reverse cat ear. Crazy how fast that changes. So you break down here, and then it drops low. And then historically, this is where you hit lows yearly for Tesla. So it may make some sense to then like come down and get to like a new low. And then break out and go to highs in July. Like year over year, it's pretty much the same thing on Tesla. I looked at a lot of time. This is not the only one, but it almost always hits like a bottom here in late April. So there could be like a secondary peak, but then usually by around somewhere between March 30th and April 14th. But then by the time you get to like late April, it's down low. And then it peaks again in July. And seasonally, this is almost always exactly the same. The pattern's even like the same. I went back and I did this for like 10 years or something for Tesla. And I was like, yeah, it's pretty similar every year. Even on the bear years, it has that same motion. It's just really weak. Weak looking by comparison. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Okay. I really am going to stop this time. It's like 1 o'clock where I am. I haven't eaten lunch. My throat hurts. Probably tired of hearing me talk. Dips out of the wedge and then rips. Sure. Double reversals are pretty powerful, but we'll see. This is kind of a test of market dynamics here on Tesla. I really don't see a lot of risk here if you wanted to buy in anyways, as long as you're trading like farther out, maybe beyond, I don't know, April 11th week. I don't really see the risk here. Just temporary downside is just temporary. You know, I just happen to think that we're probably going to try to make that drop based on what I'm seeing here on the cross down. But sure, I mean, there could be another M right here before it does that. It's always another way to draw something, you know. So there could be another up thrust here and then go down. That would complete it as well. It's been fairly regular. I don't know. It's been pretty easy to see it moving today. So either way. Good times. Thanks, guys. Hope you have a good one. Talk to you later.